Good morning. We are back on the record. The time is 8 a.m. and the date is 6/11/2025. The commission and staff are again appearing from the commission's bowling room in Helena, Montana. This is day number 3 of the scheduled public hearing in docket 2024.05.053 involving the application of Northwestern Energy for authority to increase retail electric and natural gas utility service rates and for approval of service schedules, cost allocations, and rate design. To begin today, I will first ask for public comments. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. To ensure that we can get to witnesses who have traveled to be here today, we will need to impose time limits on public comment. We have 4 witnesses, 4 commenters who are registered to speak in person, and a similar number registered to speak online. By show of hands, how many people do we have in person who would like to provide public comment today? 1, 2, 3. We have 3 currently here. By show of hands, okay. And we have commenters to speak in person and commenters to speak online. By show of, we have 1 hour reserved for public comment this morning. So each commenter will have 5 minutes to speak. We will begin with any commenters in the room and then move to commenters online. For commenters in the room, I will call on those who registered first. First, we have Paul Green. After that, we have a representative for Representative Gary Perry. And then we have Chris Blazer. Please be in line so we save a little bit of travel time to and from. First up is Paul Green, Executive Director of Big Sky Economic Development.
Good morning. I'm Paul Green. I'm the director for Big Sky ED. I guess I'm supposed to, is that better? I always need somebody to tell me what to do. Thank you.
You came to the right place.
July marks the 1-year anniversary of the Yellowstone Generation Station. It's one very important tool in Montana's need for baseload generation. As Commerce Director, I recognize the necessity of more baseload generation. The day I was appointed, Northwestern Energy was on the open market purchasing power. It actually was that cold snap. The projection is, I can give you a lot of stats. I'm sure you guys get statistic to death. I more want to tell the story of the economy and what we're trying to accomplish at BSED as well as what I was able to accomplish at Commerce. I know I only got 5 minutes and I don't talk that long anyway. We made strides to create options with the Grid United program that came in, the project connecting the Eastern grid. We've seen many new renewable projects, solar, wind, pumped storage, batteries, all good and well-intentioned, but it's reliable baseload like the Yellowstone County Generation Station that keeps us in business and keeps the economy moving. It's what we need, not what we want. Montana's economy has the opportunity to be a driving force, but it cannot without the baseload power. I really can't stand reading. I'm not getting good at this. I would rather just tell us.
Feel free to just take it from the cup.
All right,
from the heart.
That's what I do. Last year I went to Japan where I met with Kensai Power. Kensai Power is the 8th largest producer of power in the world, and they work with their environmentalists there in a group called J-Coal, and they do an all the above approach. They have solar, they have wind. The one thing about an island nation is they are completely dependent upon what they have on the island. And that's fairly unique. So their environment means everything to them. And yet they're importing 8 million tons of our coal here. They're producing power using our coal. I've been hearing a lot about coal is not clean burning. The generation, it's too expensive, and yet they can afford to take our coal out of our Eastern Plains deposits, ship it from here to Canada, over to Japan, which I found fascinating. But the other thing that I found fascinating was the recognition by both the industry over there that they need the reliability, but they're also working with their environmentalists to offset that. I think that that's what you're finding now with in my case, a rancher. What we're seeing is a lot more of the renewables being developed in the Eastern Plains, which is saving a lot of farms and ranches. There's a lot of farms and ranches that are out there right now that without the participation and revenue stream of the solar and the wind, we would be losing multi-generational farms and ranches. It gives a source of revenue that allows these ag producers to continue to operate. In my vision, as the new executive director at BSED, I can foresee the opportunity for us to be the driving force of energy throughout the Northern Plains. But we can't do that without reliable power. And that's one thing that I love about seeing the Yellowstone County Generation Facility and Northwestern willing to partner with us on making sure that we have a base load. I appreciate your guys' time. And with that, I'll...
Thank you, Mr. Green. That was very succinct.
Thank you, guys.
Next up, we have our own Tina Shorten, who will read a letter from Representative Gary Perry.
Thank you. I'm Tina Shorten, staff here at the Public Service Commission, and I'm going to be reading the written comments of Montana Representative Gary Perry. He is the chair of the Energy, Technology, and Federal Relations Committee of the Montana House of Representatives. Chairman and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to submit written testimony in support of Northwestern Energy's request for a rate adjustment. My name is Representative Gary Perry, and I proudly serve as the chair of the Energy, Technology, and Federal Relations Committee of the Montana House of Representatives. I also have the privilege of representing the community of Colstrip, a town whose identity and economy have been deeply intertwined with energy generation for decades. As the majority owner of the Colstrip generating facility beginning January 1st, 2026, Northwestern Energy will be assuming a vital role in securing Montana's energy future. I strongly support Northwestern Energy's continued investment in this facility and the broader energy infrastructure required to ensure Montana maintains access to reliable and affordable electricity. Colstrip has long been the backbone of our state's baseload power, and I believe it will continue to play an essential role in a balanced and secure energy portfolio. Colstrip operates well within stringent federal and state air emissions requirements. The owners of the Colstrip generating facility, including Northwestern Energy, have taken meaningful and effective steps to reduce emissions and ensure environmental compliance. Over the past 2 decades, more than $700 million has been invested in emission control upgrades. These include the installation of scrubbers to reduce sulfur dioxide, selective catalytic reduction systems to control nitrogen oxides, and electrostatic precipitators and baghouses to capture particulate matter. As a result of these improvements, sulfur dioxide emissions from Colstrip have decreased by more than 80% since the early 2000s, and nitrogen oxide emissions have dropped by over 60%. These reductions not only demonstrate Colstrip's environmental progress, but also underscores its continued viability as a clean and dependable energy source. Over the years, hundreds of millions of dollars have been invested in emissions control technologies to significantly reduce sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and particulate matter. These investments have demonstrated a commitment to environmental stewardship while preserving the critical generating capacity Colstrip provides. Montanans understand the importance of balancing affordability and reliability. Electricity must remain both dependable and cost-effective for families, small businesses, manufacturers, and agricultural producers across our state. Unfortunately, this balance is not achievable through intermittent energy sources alone. While wind and solar power have a role to play, they cannot provide the consistent dispatchable power needed to keep the lights on when the wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining. We need only look to recent events in states like Texas to understand the risks of over-reliance on intermittent renewables at the expense of traditional baseload power. During extreme weather events, Texas experienced severe blackouts due to a lack of firm generation. This should serve as a cautionary tale for Montanans as we chart our own energy future. Northwestern Energy's additional investments, such as the Yellowstone County generating station, represent prudent, forward-thinking action to diversify and reinforce our generation portfolio. In addition, Northwestern's ownership of hydroelectric dams across the state provides a foundation of clean, renewable, and highly reliable energy. These hydro facilities not only contribute significantly to Montana's carbon-free generation capacity, but also help to stabilize rates and supply during periods of high demand or when other resources are constrained. Facilities like this provide on-demand generation capacity that complements existing renewable resources while ensuring system stability during peak demand. These resources are not a luxury, they are a necessity. Importantly, investing in more in-state generation capacity will also reduce Northwestern Energy's reliance on purchasing electricity on the expensive open market, a cost that ultimately gets passed on to Montana ratepayers. As a lawmaker deeply invested in Montana's energy future, I believe that supporting Northwestern Energy's request for a rate adjustment is a necessary step towards sustaining and modernizing our energy infrastructure. It will enable the company to maintain and expand critical generation assets, including Colstrip and the Yellowstone County generating station, while continuing to deliver reliable service to customers across the state. I urge the Commission to approve Northwestern Energy's rate adjustment request and to recognize the broader importance of investing in a resilient, diversified, and affordable energy system for Montana. Colstrip remains a cornerstone of that system, and with Northwestern's leadership, I am confident that we can meet the energy needs of today and tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully submitted, Representative Gary Perry, Chair, Energy, Technology, and Federal Relations Committee of the Montana House of Representatives.
Thank you so much for that assist. Next up would be Chris Blazer. Ms. Blazer, would you please state your name, spell the last name, and the town from which you come?
My name is Chris Blazer. That's B-L-A-Z-E-R, just like the Chevy. And I am a ratepayer here in Helena. Excuse me. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I'm here not to urge you to just say no. Given the increases in power is really beginning to affect my lifestyle, and I know people who are also being affected. A couple of years ago, I was able, my husband and I are retired state employees, and so we have our state pension plus Social Security. A couple of years ago, we were able to realize a dream. To have property where we could live with our horses. That dream is in jeopardy. Excuse me. Right now, we're still able to meet costs, but it's rapidly becoming a problem as to exactly what we're going to be able to do. I have a friend who is living on basically $2,000 a month. Even 5 years ago, before the big rate increases, she was living in darkness and cold so that she could feed herself and her horses. These people do not realize the impact that what they consider minor increases have on people's lives. I've heard a lot of support for the Yellowstone County generating plant, but that was a purchase, a decision that Northwestern Energy made in spite of the wishes of the ratepayers. They've lost they're $70 million right now behind their market projection. And that is, we're being asked to support risky business decisions. I know that there are several of you out here who are businessmen. How many of you would expect your customers, or even believe your customers, would spend more money for what it is that you produce if you made a decision to change, to do something that was risky and that they said they didn't want? It's just not feasible. Northwestern Energy keeps coming back to a well that is rapidly being pumped dry. Montanans cannot afford the continuing cost of living increases. Right now, we are in a housing crisis. Buying a property is ridiculously expensive. Healthcare costs are skyrocketing. Everything is going up, and eventually that well will run dry. And I'm going to cut this short because I did not think I was going to get this emotional, but it really is effective. When I worked for the state, I was worked for state human resources division as a classification analyst. And in fact, I was the state's lead classification analyst. And as such, I had an opportunity to review the work that is done by the ratepayers in the Public Service Commission and to help set market rates for their jobs. And I was so impressed with the kind of work that they do. I didn't classify your positions because as elected officials, I didn't do that. But just through the rate analysts, I got a good feeling for what the purpose and the mission of the PSC is. And that is our last line of defense for Montana citizens against monopolies or anything, or people, corporations that are trying, or that are probably not in as touch with Montanans as they could be, and who are making demands that the average Montana citizen cannot meet. And so what I am asking you to do is to protect the citizens of Montana from exorbitant rate increases and just say no.
Thank you. Next up, we will go to online. We have Jocelyn LaRoe. Is Jocelyn LaRoe online? Jocelyn, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Jocelyn LaRoux, that's spelled Leroux, and I'm speaking from Missoula on behalf of the Montana chapter of the Sierra Club and our thousands of members and supporters statewide. I'm also here as a homeowner and a landlord. I'm deeply concerned about the impact a rate increase of this magnitude will have on Montanans. Personally, I monitor my electric bill closely each month to track my expenses. I also rent out the basement apartment in my home and cover the energy bill for my tenants, so staying on top of those costs matters even more. I'm acutely aware of the housing challenges that many Montanans face, and I therefore strive to provide an affordable long-term rental. But as electric rates continue to rise, I have to weigh those costs as well, which puts me in a difficult position. Still, I recognize that I'm in a better position than many others, as we just heard, Think about Montanans on fixed incomes who might see an extra $20 a month on their bill, money they'll no longer have for groceries, transportation, childcare, or medication. Imagine having to choose between sweating through the night to save on electricity or turning on the air conditioning and going light on food for the week. These are the kinds of calculations that many people are forced to make. Because Northwestern Energy executives who seem to be prioritizing their own financial status above utilizing cost-effective and abundant energy solutions that are available right here in Montana. You've probably heard this before, but it does bear repeating. Montana has the second highest wind energy potential and the fourth highest solar energy potential in the country. Yet we rank 21st in installed wind capacity and 43rd for solar. That's not because the resources aren't here or aren't affordable. It's because Northwestern refuses to invest in them. Instead, they double down on technologies that are unreliable, polluting, and expensive. For example, the Yellowstone County Generating Station, which we've heard a lot about. It's the most expensive resource in Northwestern's portfolio. It's a resource that ratepayers didn't want, wasn't pre-approved, and yet is the driving force behind rate increases that are sought by Northwestern due to its exorbitant cost and unrealized cost-saving potential. It's a gamble that shareholders are welcome to make, but they should not be passing these costs off to financially strapped Montanans that want better. There are so many issues with Northwestern's continued investment in Colstrip that it warrants a dedicated docket. Colstrip is unreliable. It's the most toxic coal plant in the country, and yet Northwestern is working not just to maintain, but to expand its stake in it. It doesn't make sense. What does make sense is a utility that listens to its customers and invests in technologies that are cleaner, more reliable, and more affordable. Innovation is what drives progress, and it's time for Northwestern to embrace that. Our members and supporters want clean energy because they want clean air and fair, reasonable energy rates. They don't want to worry about coal ash pits leaching selenium, arsenic, or lead into their water. They want Montana to lead on renewables so that energy is both reliable and affordable. So today, I urge you to push back on the narrative from Northwestern executives that higher rates are justified. Please require them to reevaluate their business decisions and start making choices that actually ensure affordable, reliable, and sustainable utility services for the long term. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jocelyn. The next online commenter will be Jordan. I'm going to mess this up, Melissa. And after that, we'll have Susan Evans. Jordan, can you hear me? Okay, we don't have Jordan and we don't have Susan. So they can come back on tomorrow if they so desire. We will now adjourn the public comment section of this, and at 9 o'clock we will resume the public hearing. We are adjourned. Welcome back. We're going to resume our hearing. Are there any questions from any of the parties? Seeing none, I have one public announcement. Yesterday we said that Mr. Hines would not be excused permanently. We're maintaining that. However, we are going to allow him, should there be any questions, to testify electronically. I would ask that Northwestern inform him of that and ask him to stay within cell range so we can contact him if necessary. With that, does Northwestern wish to call their witness, which I believe is a little bit out of cycle?
That's correct, Mr. President. Northwestern would like to call Mr. Jeremy Klotfelter via Zoom. Due to his schedule, we need to call him right now.
Mr. Have you been sworn in, sir?
I have not.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Klotfelter. Could you state your name and business address for the record and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jeremy Klotfelter. That's Jeremy E-M-Y, last name Clotfelter. My business address is 6700 Rainbow Dam Road in Great Falls, Montana, 59404.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your position with the company?
Yes, I am the Director of Power Generation.
Do you have your rebuttal testimony that you filed in this docket in front of you today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
Yes, I do. We'd like to submit one correction.
You can go ahead.
So the correction is in the question about primary reason for change from original estimate. I stated that the hours of runtime for Yellowstone Generating Station, that the projections for market prices and load have increased. That is correct. The hour runtime is based only on market pricing. So would request to edit by striking load from that.
So is that on page 3, line 18, where it says?
Yes, it is.
And we'll just strike load and just leave the market prices, correct? Is that correct? Just strike.
Yes, that's correct.
If I were to ask you here today under oath, the same questions in your testimony, would your answers be the same?
Correct. Yes.
Mr. President, I move to admit Mr. Clotfelter's rebuttal testimony as Exhibit NWE 23.
Without exception, admitted.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do any of the intervening parties wish to cross-examine this witness?
Good morning, President Molnar, Commissioners. Joint parties have some cross for Mr. Clotfelter. And good morning. Mr. Clotfelter, your rebuttal testimony updated the calculation of the annual operations and maintenance, or O&M expenses for YCGS. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
What types of things are included in O&M for YCGS?
Yes, it's very far-ranging. The highest percentage of the cost goes to our contract with our contract operator, but also includes some additional costs for internal Northwestern expenses, some consumables, insurance, other items as well. But the largest component of the cost is the contract to operate the facility.
Okay. Sorry, when you say consumables, what are you referencing?
Oh, it could be all kinds of things from oil to chemicals, filters, small materials that get used over time in the plant.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful to me. Do you have available to you your exhibit JCC-1?
I do, yes.
I'll ask you to reference that. It looks like the largest areas of increase are a maintenance agreement fee and engine major maintenance. Is that how you read this?
Yes, correct.
Can you help us understand what those items mean, how they've changed?
Yes. The maintenance fee agreement as listed on the document represents more the fixed cost of the contractor. So that would represent their staffing, their administration, just the ongoing expenses that they would need to maintain the site. That increased with an increase in staff needed for the site. So when we increased the hours of runtime, then the level of support required from the contractor went up as well. And that's represented in the maintenance agreement fee. There is additionally in our contract with the contractor, there is a index increasing in prices from year to year. So there was some of that as well, as I believe this contract first initiated in 2021. And on the engine major maintenance line, that is what I would consider more variable cost. So the more the units run, the more small minor maintenance occurs. The consumables go up. You can see like the lube oil on there and some other items. So it's really a combination of some fixed costs to man and support the site, and then variable costs, which will increase based on how much the units are run.
Okay, and are those projections, or have those variable engine maintenance costs been realized by Northwestern?
These are estimates only.
Okay. Your rebuttal testimony says that the primary reason for the change is an increase in Northwestern's original estimate for runtime of the hours of operation for YCGS. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Northwestern's original projection was 2,600 hours per year per unit. Is that right?
Correct.
And that is the operating time that was reflected in Northwestern's application in this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony, you increased that estimate to 6,000 hours per year per unit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you say that this updated estimate is based on more recent information?
Yes.
And you say that, and I heard you correct your testimony today, but that's based on Northwestern's increased projection for market prices. Is that right?
Yeah, and yes, it is. And I would defer detailed questions on that to Mr. Steinmetz, Mr. Joe Steinmetz with Northwestern. And
okay. Is this these O&M expenses in your rebuttal testimony? Is it your understanding that these expenses are in base rates?
I would defer that as well, just to be make sure I don't say anything errantly.
Okay.
Yeah, I run the plants.
Okay. And what was the date on your rebuttal testimony?
It was, I have it right here. Where's the date?
They're
Looks
not
like
always dated. I believe it was March 11th of 2025. Okay. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right. I apologize. I do not have a date on my copy.
Okay, but as of the date that you submitted your rebuttal testimony, you stated that you anticipated YCGS would operate 6,000 hours per unit per year.
That is correct.
Mr. Klopfelter, what is the average monthly operating time per unit of YCGS?
I don't have that for the entire time that it's ran, but I know we did answer some follow-up questions about last fall, and I believe it was in the 200 to 250 hours per month range.
Okay. How many hours per month would be required to meet that 6,000 hours per year mark?
Boy, absent a calculator, I would say it's probably about double what it has been running.
Okay. About 500 hours per month?
Seems about correct, yes.
Okay. So as you testify today, is it your belief that YCGS will meet the 6,000 hour per unit per year mark?
At this time, it does not look like it for this year.
Okay,
And,
but as of March 11th, you expected that to be the case?
Correct.
Okay. Is it still your testimony today that you anticipate YCGS to operate 6,000 hours per unit per year?
It is not likely that it will run that much this year. And I believe that there's additional testimony from Mr. Steinmetz from Northwestern as well, explaining why that is.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony this morning. I don't have further questions for you at this time.
Is there any further cross-examination from any of the interveners? Would you like for this witness to be excused? Oh, first thing in the morning. Okay, do commissioners have any questions of this witness? I have one. This is a little bit outside of your testimony, but it's definitely on point, I believe, for what was just discussed. The plant is running at about what percentage of capacity right now to stay within the air quality permit?
I don't have that information. I apologize. I don't believe we have any restrictions currently with capacity due to the air quality permit.
The air quality permit is currently before the court. If that changes, what would the options be? Would they be some sort of filtration, some sort of capture, or reducing the capacity?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to answer that question. That theoretical discussion at this point.
Well, don't feel too bad. I'm not fully prepared to ask that question. I just trying to take two pieces of information and bring them together. Does staff have any questions at this time?
No questions.
Seeing no questions.
Mr. President, could we permanently excuse this witness due to his availability? And hold on. Do you have recross?
I don't have recross, and I have no objection to permanently excusing Mr. Klopfelter so long as Northwestern can represent that Mr. Steinmetz will be able to answer the questions that I had directed to Mr. Klopfelter that were referred to Steinmetz.
We can commit to that.
Subject to that agreement, sir, you are permanently excused.
Thank you.
Would Northwestern wish to recall a witness?
Yes, we wish to recall Mr. Blue Lefebvre.
Ms. Lefebvre, you are still sworn in. You are still under oath. That's what I was looking for.
Good morning.
Good morning. I believe we're still on intervener cross on this witness.
Thank you, President Molnar, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Lefebvre.
Good morning.
I'm still getting my feet under me this morning, so let me ramp up here. You have testified that Northwestern requires YCGS, or a facility with the capabilities that YCGS has, in order to balance variability in load and output from intermittent resources such as wind and solar. Is that right?
That is correct. As identified in the last, I think it was either the 2019 IRP, I think it was the 2019 IRP. We had an outside consultant come in and do a study to calculate how much regulation and other ancillary services we need for the wind that we currently had in our portfolio, as well as the wind we knew we had coming.
Okay. And how much wind and solar has Northwestern added to its system since it committed to building YCGS?
I believe it was forecasted in that IRP. I do not know those numbers right off the top of my head.
You don't know if those forecasts were actually realized?
No, there were wind contracts that were executed that did come on. There were 2 solar contracts that did come on. I just don't know the numbers.
You don't know the numbers. Okay. At the time that Northwestern sought pre-approval for the Yellowstone County Generating Station, you were Director of Long-Term Resources. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you submitted testimony in that pre-approval docket?
That is correct.
Is it your understanding that YCGS was not selected or advanced in the pre-approval docket as a standalone resource?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I can rephrase it. Did Northwestern in the pre-approval docket seek approval only for YCGS?
The pre-approval docket sought approval for YCGS and the Beartooth Battery.
Okay. And was there another resource in the portfolio that Northwestern selected out of its?
The PowerX contract was selected and executed.
Okay. So that's 175 megawatt nameplate capacity from YCGS plus a 100 megawatt PPA with Morgan Stanley and a 50 megawatt battery. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall Robert Rowe's testimony in the pre-approval docket regarding a piecemeal approach to approval?
I do not.
Okay. Does it reflect your understanding of Northwestern's approach to that docket, that a piecemeal approach to approval would undermine the evaluation and selection of these resources?
I would disagree with that. I think the evaluation that was submitted within that docket showed all of the resources accordingly. The particular PowerX agreement was a shorter term agreement that Northwestern executed in order to get capacity within the portfolio that we were significantly short faster.
Okay, so at the time of your testimony in the pre-approval docket, you did not believe that the resources complement each other and both are critical to begin to address Northwestern's capacity deficit?
We did believe that all of the resources in the evaluation complemented each other as far as building out the overall portfolio, but we sought pre-approval understanding we were significantly short, and timing was of the essence for getting capacity on our system to protect customers and maintain reliability.
Okay, so looking at that timing question, it would be beneficial to get a resource on the system sooner than later.
For maintaining reliability, yes.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in that 2021 pre-approval proceeding that the selected portfolio provided for future flexibility, a diversity of technology, a diversity of ownership, included an opportunity to procure capacity sooner and lower development risk?
I believe that's accurate.
What did you mean it included an opportunity to procure capacity sooner? If you can put yourself in your 2021 shoes, what capacity were you speaking of there?
Similarly to what I just answered, we were in a very short capacity position. According to the IRP, we were, I believe, the 2019 specified somewhere around 650 megawatts short. After we went through an ELCC adjustment for the 2020 supplemental, it was somewhere around 600 megawatts. But the necessity to add the capacity to our portfolio to maintain reliability, hopefully protect customers and increase reliability associated with the events that have been talked about several times the last couple of days.
Understood. So when you're talking about this portfolio of resources and the opportunity to get capacity sooner, you weren't talking about YCGS, were you? And I'm focused on this word sooner.
I'm not sure. We were talking about the portfolio as a whole. I guess I'm not sure the context of sooner. I'm not recollecting exactly what that was covering.
Okay. Is it fair to say that of the three resources within the portfolio, the PPA and the Beartooth battery would come online sooner than YCGS? Or provide capacity
I
sooner?
agree with the capacity contract. I'm not so sure about the battery contracts. I have seen some construction estimates associated with batteries, but each installation is different, and I don't know exactly because it was a PPA. The schedule itself would have shown that it should have come on sooner, but it was also going through the same trials with supply chain, same trials with the events that were going on, that who knows where it would have actually ended up.
Okay, let's discuss that because you led the negotiations for that energy storage agreement in 2021, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you're familiar with the specific terms of that agreement?
As much as I can remember, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that it included a fixed rate for capacity of $8.95 per kilowatt month?
That is correct.
Okay. And a formula rate for energy? Do you recall what that was?
It was somewhere around $8. I don't remember the exact number.
$8 per megawatt hour is what I believe it said. That sounds
I think there was some adders
consistent.
to that, but I think it's but it's close.
Escalating at 2% per year.
Yeah, like I said, I think there was a couple other pieces in there, but yes, I think that's close.
Okay. And that contract included a guaranteed availability condition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What was that guaranteed availability?
I could read the contract, but I don't remember.
Can I refresh your recollection?
Please.
President Molnar, may I approach witness? If you'll bear with me for one moment, I'm going to email this document to Northwestern's counsel. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mr. Lefebvre, does the contract include a guaranteed availability of 97% each year?
It does.
Could
Okay.
you help me and point to the article or something at what provision?
5.4 availability guarantee.
Thank you.
Do you see a commercial operation date in there? I'm sorry, I'm looking for it myself. Just one moment.
Maybe 4.1.
I'm looking at this schedule on page 21 of your exhibit, or of the ESA.
The schedule that's listed in the PSA is a milestone schedule. What I'm not seeing, oh, can you point me to the date? Oh, there it is.
And I see it referred to as the guaranteed commercial operation date. But can you tell us what the commercial operation date is in 5.2.13?
That date listed there is October 1, 2023.
Okay, and because you negotiated the contract, can you tell us, would Northwestern be obligated to maintain its purchase commitments in the contract if that commercial operation date were not achieved?
Within the agreement, there would be several provisions to allow that date to move based on construction schedules, based on, force majeures, based on, everything that we talked about with last couple of days with Yellowstone. Similar provisions will be in here.
Okay, and Northwestern could agree to renegotiate those dates or terminate its agreement to the contract, correct?
Mutual consent among parties is usually always a condition within a contract.
Okay, and were there also some discharging capacity guarantees in this contract?
I believe there were parameters set up in order to measure, to try to measure performance.
Okay, and did the seller, the developer of the battery, agree to operate according to Northwestern's dispatch instructions? Yes. And that's a guarantee in this contract, correct?
Loosely defined, yes.
Okay. And what was the upfront cost to Northwestern of entering this contract?
Obviously, we have of entering just the contract.
The pre-operation cost to Northwestern
for the facility.
For the facility.
We would have to register it in the market. We would have to pay the costs associated with that. We'd have to ensure that the overall connectivity. There were the interconnection costs associated with this facility because this is a facility designated by Northwestern Supply. The transmission service costs, I believe, were reflected in the overall, were reflected also in the overall costs. So there were some implementation costs associated with the facility.
Okay, and the developer committed to pay all of the transmission upgrade costs, correct? Okay, so Northwestern incorporated into the purchase price for the energy and capacity, other transmission costs that the company may incur.
Yeah, that were identified by the transmission group, yes.
Is it fair to say that as opposed to Northwestern itself building a facility, this contract creates far less cost risk for Northwestern?
No, I would not. There still could be, and I believe this was a line of questioning from yesterday, there still is a lot of risk associated with the ability and how you dispatch these resources. We tried to put as much performance criteria in here as we could understand, but we don't have a facility this size on our system. And a facility this size was rare back in 2020. We've seen some systems that have been implemented since then, and we've seen good performances under contracts like this, and we've seen very bad performances under contracts like this.
Okay, and I understand, according to your testimony in 2021, that it was Northwestern's hope to kind of work out these kinks with this battery, see if it works on your system. It was additive,
Yeah.
of course. Although your hope at the time, is it fair to say, was that it would provide needed dispatchable,
Capacity.
affordable capacity?
Correct.
Okay. You testified yesterday in response to Ms. Hornbein's questioning that the kind of newness of this technology meant that Northwestern felt strongly about pre-approval before it, I guess, fully executed this agreement. Is that correct?
As you just explained, as you go through, there were goals as far as how this contract was set up, and that we were going to try to achieve those goals, but there was less certainty, and we were looking for commission approval for us to enter into this contract. This contract is a very expensive contract over the long life of the asset. It has value, and that's why it's selected, but it is a large amount of money.
Wait, I thought I heard you say earlier that there were guarantees, not just goals, with respect to the specific performance condition that you discussed with Ms. Hornbein yesterday, which was dispatchability.
Those are built in, the guarantees are built into the contract, but there's no guarantees that the structure that were built into these contracts would be able to be effectively dispatched. As I just explained, a lot of these contracts get implemented on the batteries, and some perform very well and some do not. A lot of it's based on the technology, the dispatch technology of the battery itself.
And if the dispatch technology didn't perform as guaranteed in this contract, Northwestern would not be obligated to continue purchasing power or energy or capacity from the battery. Is that right?
Because it's a new technology, it could probably, there is a possibility it could meet the guarantees under the contract and still not be of value to Northwestern because of its capability. We just don't know. We don't have this type of experience with this type of asset.
Okay. And you still don't, because the battery was never constructed, correct?
We have some smaller facilities where we get an inkling, but nothing of this size.
Okay. Does Northwestern have an inkling around future capacity acquisitions or capacity purchase contracts for batteries of this size?
I'm still uncertain overall from a planning perspective. There is hope that it can fill a specific need, but one of my concerns is its accreditation. Because these are not implemented widely, there's little history in order for the ISOs and RAP and other agencies in order to define what accreditation it's going to give to it. A lot of the modeling will give it a very high accreditation, but what we're finding with the little history we have is that's being cut. And when you cut the amount of accredited capacity you add to a large battery, you increase the cost of that resource significantly per megawatt accredited, which is what we're after in an RFP like this.
Okay. Are you aware of RAP's accreditation methodology?
Yes.
They use an ELCC approach?
That is correct.
And what is the accreditation that RAP assigns to storage resources?
They originally started with a 5-hour requirement. And that 5-hour requirement, they gave it 100%.
Okay.
It is since started to, depending on the analysis, and as we look at duration as an example, there is some questioning, and as I explained yesterday, with the ELCCs being used in all these jurisdictions, they're starting to see the PRM increase fairly significantly, and they're looking for other ways to accommodate in addition to ELCC to accommodate so those PRMs do not increase, because every time they increase, we have to add more capacity. It's a declining cycle. So we're concerned about what that future accreditation for large storage will be. The more you get on the system, the better understanding we'll have, and hopefully the better comfort we'll have.
Okay, and PRM is planning reserve margin.
Planning reserve margin.
But you don't currently have any plans to add batteries to your system?
I think in any RFP that we would issue, we would look at batteries to our system, but we would have to identify the risk in the evaluation of those batteries.
Okay. Do you know what accreditation is given to YCGS by RAP?
The YCGS accreditation, I don't know exactly, but I believe the accreditation is going to be somewhere close to 169 to 170 megawatts.
Okay. And
170.
And on a percentage basis, what is that?
It's going to be 97%, I believe.
Okay. Let's see. Are there any accreditation ratings in the RAP for nuclear resources?
It would depend on technology. You can't, the accreditation is a performance-based accreditations in most jurisdictions, so you won't get one accreditation for a specific technology. It's based on the specifics of that technology. So nuclear will depend. If you have a nuclear plant that is an SMR that has 4 different nuclear islands, that one may end up getting like a 99% accreditation. If you have a single nuclear island, it may get a 93 to 94 because when you take that outage, it may affect you.
Okay, an SMR is a small nuclear reactor.
Nuclear. Sorry, too many acronyms.
I'm shocked. I'm almost keeping up. So how many small nuclear reactors are currently in the RAP?
None.
Okay. Are you aware of any in the country?
In the country, other than they're being utilized for military service, there are several pilots. Idaho Labs has at least 2, I believe, on site, but they're micro reactors. Most of them are in testing phase, and they're moving through those phases, moving through the NRC accreditations, and we're hoping to see the first commercial scale SMRs hit the market as early as 2027, although the more likely will be 2029.
Okay. NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission.
Sorry.
I fall into the alphabet soup as well, but if you could help us so that we can all follow along here, that'd be great. Mr. Lefebvre, in resource planning, Northwestern is obligated to evaluate and mitigate risks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does this include just known past risks, or does it also include foreseeable future risks?
It includes known past risks, define risks by rules and statutes, and then we run sensitivities around possible future risks.
What kind of risks do you run sensitivities around?
We run sensitivities around gas prices, electric prices, carbon emissions. We run sensitivities around low water years. Usually, I'm trying to think of the others. Usually sensitivities around different technologies during those different environments. So we'll go through multiple scenarios in each planning environment because they stack on each other.
That's helpful. Thank you. When you talk about sensitivities around carbon emissions, what does that look like?
So we identified a carbon cost associated because it's the easiest way to identify a cost associated with carbon. And we have a planned cost and we have a high cost of carbon that we typically look at in scenarios.
Okay, so those sensitivities are around a potential regulatory cost associated with carbon emissions.
That would be the most likely path that we would see costs attributed in the planning process.
Okay, so that's a little bit apart from environmental considerations. Are there sensitivities specifically around environmental considerations?
If the considerations are identified in our planning rules, we look at those considerations and evaluate them. But obviously, in order to evaluate them in the sensitivities, you have to have some type of number.
Understood. Do your planning rules does Northwestern's planning rules require it to consider environmental externalities associated with supply resources?
Yes, and as we look at that through those sensitivities, yes.
So you look at that from a cost perspective, but you don't qualitatively look at other environmental externalities?
There are some. We will draft if we don't have physical costs that we can assign. There will be comments within the plan that try to identify those.
If there were costs that you could assign to environmental externalities, would that be an appropriate thing to model in your sensitivities?
Yeah.
Okay, great. You talked about sensitivities around low water years. Does Northwestern rely on any modeling around future flow scenarios?
Not really future flow scenarios. Our modeling is specifically looks at historical, and then looks at the trends associated with the historical, which we believe is the most accurate predictor. Obviously nothing's perfect, but it gives us an idea of how the or how the water system is flowing. Obviously the more recent the history, the more accurate, but we weight it appropriately.
Okay. But you're modeling different scenarios, right? Not just one fixed understanding of what may occur.
Not only do we model different scenarios, we also utilize a Monte Carlo system, and that Monte Carlo system will run 100 different simulations over a normal mean schedule, which gives you outputs that should reconcile you to the mean average.
Okay. Are you aware of any watershed-specific climate modeling with that projects future flows or snowpack?
I've read different articles with different projections, but
which articles have you read?
I couldn't tell you specifically.
Okay. Would it be conceivable for Northwestern to run model sensitivities that incorporate projections around changes in flow and snowpack?
It is conceivable. The issue, as I was explaining a little bit ago, let's say you start off with 6 basic model runs that you're trying to address for the overall sensitivities, and across those 6 basic model runs, then you want to do 6 more different production types associated with those models. Now you have 36 model runs. And then if you add 2 or 3 more sensitivities on top of that, you quickly go well outside our capability to run that many models over a given period of time. So we end up looking at the most likely scenarios in order to apply to our modeling perspective.
Who identifies those most likely scenarios?
Our planning group would identify it. They work it through the public process through ETAC and the other committees that they work with, but that planning group will identify those scenarios in that model.
Does the planning group consult with or engage any one with expertise in in climate change or in future climatological patterns?
They engage other utilities. They engage the people that participate in the ETAC and the public comments. So there is interaction. I don't know if I could specifically name somebody.
Okay. But I didn't hear among the people that Northwestern engages a climate scientist or modeler.
No.
Okay. Nor anybody whose role it is to stay up to date on climate science and modeling.
We look at the articles that are reflective, but again, we feel the historical trends give us a much better active identification of what the hydro system is doing, what the wind systems are doing, what the solar systems are doing, and forecasting that forward as far as production.
Okay. And would you be the witness to respond to a question about what specific resources Northwestern consults with respect to future climate change scenarios in its resource planning?
I'm not sure about the question, but I think the answer is yes.
Okay. You haven't identified in the data response process any such articles, have you?
No.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the supply group hasn't specifically engaged with climate science in its modeling?
Other than the carbon scenarios that we specifically ran earlier, no.
Okay. And I take it you're not holding yourself out as an expert on climate change?
I'm not.
Okay. Do you have a solid understanding of how greenhouse gas emissions from burning fossil fuels contribute to climate change?
I do.
Okay. And do you have an understanding of how climate change may impact Northwestern Energy's operations?
I have, as we go through the modeling, I have an understanding of what our rules are and the rules that we have to follow from a modeling perspective, whether they're guidelines from the state or guidelines from the commission. And those are what we include in our particular modeling.
Okay. And have you educated yourself about how climate change may impact Northwestern Energy's operations?
We have had discussions, but I don't know if that qualifies. I don't know what you're asking.
Do you believe that climate change will impact Northwestern's future operations?
I believe changing climate as general will impact Northwestern operations. We look at generation, we look at wildfire, we look at increased cold weather events, but those things have been happening for hundreds of years. That's why we look at the historical profiles. We look at those trends. Do they change? Do they deepen? Do they lengthen? That's why duration is so important to us, because these events that have been happening for a long time are showing up as more of a financial restriction because of the scarcity of capacity in the Northwest.
Okay, there was a nuance in your response there. I asked you about climate change and you referenced changing climate. Can you explain that nuance to me?
From my perspective, we look at climate change and we look at the rules associated with the legislature and the rules associated with the commission in order to comply. As far as how the climate is affects our overall system, which I believe is what your question was.
Okay, and so in your role in supply planning, which you acknowledge includes mitigating future risks, is there a future risk from advancing climate change rather than just variations associated with the changing climate?
I think we need to analyze future risks and balance them appropriately, but I don't think, and if we call that mitigation, then I would agree, but I don't think the way you asked the question, I would look at it as elimination, and that is not our job.
No, I'm not asking about mitigating climate risks specifically. I'm asking whether you believe that climate change, which is associated with more extreme weather events, associated with drought, lower snowpack, reduced stream flows, whether that advancing human-caused climate change, as opposed to what you're talking about, the past variability in climatic conditions, whether advancing climate change impacts Northwestern's operations or will impact Northwestern's operations.
Objection, asked and answered, and assumes facts not in evidence.
There are significant number of facts and evidence with respect to climate change. Northwestern objected to the submission of those materials, but the commission allowed them, as well as expertise from Mr. Nick Fitzmaurice, who will testify next week. I also think that Mr. Lefebvre has testified to his role in identifying and mitigating risk to Northwestern's system. And I'm trying to understand whether the person who is in charge of doing that for Northwestern understands the threat that climate change poses to Northwestern's operations.
I understand your response. However, I would have to agree that it's been asked and answered several times. So the objection is sustained.
Okay. Mr. Lefebvre, do you, in your role at Northwestern and in your role in overseeing supply planning, believe that human activities are worsening climate change?
Objection, is this not the same question rephrased? So I would say asked and answered again.
I don't believe we've heard an answer to whether Mr. Lefebvre, who's testified that he understands that there are fluctuations in climate historically, has testified to whether there is a risk associated with human-caused climate change to Northwestern's operations? And it can be a simple yes or no answer.
It can be a simple yes or no answer, but again, I would have to say that it has been asked and answered. Please move on.
And can I ask, I hate to do this, can I ask the court reporter to identify that answer in the transcript, because I have not heard it? Unless you'll allow the witness to confirm a yes or no answer.
To save everybody a lot of time, can you give a simple yes or no answer to the question?
I won't give a simple yes or no answer, but I can answer the question.
You make it as simple as possible.
I will do what I can.
Thank you.
My personal opinion associated with whether climate change affects future is irrelevant. My job is to identify risks. My job is to evaluate the portfolios and make sure that we have a reliable, affordable, and sustainable portfolio.
Thank you. Mr. LeFave, in 2023, you testified that you do not believe that human activity is a major influencer in the overall climate. Is that still your testimony?
As I review different records, I am an engineer. There is a possibility there is some influence, but as consistent with what John Hines said yesterday, I believe that there are a lot of factors that need to be, a lot of factors that are inconsistent with the belief that that is the main driver.
Okay, no further questions.
Is there any further cross from any of the interveners? Are there any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Bukacek?
Okay, I have several questions related to paragraph 6 in your pre-hearing direct testimony. I don't think you need to turn there necessarily, but Bobby, if you could provide data request MCC 260 and MCC 260B. It was Mr. Steinmetz that responded to the data request, but I believe this data request will serve my general questions to you that have to do with prudency. Your testimony is that Northwestern's acquisition of YCGS was in large part based on the need for capacity identified in the 2019 plan. And the 2019 plan identified a capacity gap of approximately 45% of customer peak needs. So that was the projection in 2019. And that's approximately the same as the documented peak needed during the January 2024 prolonged cold event, estimated to be roughly 50%. Now, data request MCC 260 requested documentation of all events in the last 5 years where Northwestern purchased energy at a price on the open market greater than $500 per megawatt hour. And Mr. Steinmetz's response, and that's on 260B, included $40.6 million spent in the open market over the 11 days in the 2023-2024 winter. Does that seem correct?
I honestly have no way to validate those numbers. That Joe Steinmetz's.
Okay, so it looks all right to you. Okay, so YCGS was not operating January 2024 during the 11-day extreme cold event. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay, if YCGS was functional then at the same level it is today, 16 of 18 units operating, would those peak needs have been met?
The peak needs would have been reduced. I don't think they would have been met. Our current capacity position is significantly greater than what we looked at in the RFP. If you think about what the plan told us, it was 655 megawatts, somewhere around there, that we were short. We only added 300 megawatts. So we still had a short portfolio in order to try to meet those peak requirements.
Okay, when the other units are operating, do you think it will meet that, or if those?
And when you say other units, you're talking about the addition of the coal strip?
I was talking about the additional 2 units. There's 16 of 18 units operating. Maybe I'm
That
misunderstanding.
will only add another 18 megawatts.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so back to page 7 of your direct testimony, line 10 through 13. I'm just going to read it. It's brief, and then I have 2 questions. You mentioned yesterday, you talked about Beartooth Battery Project, talked about it a little bit today. You said it would have been one of the largest battery systems in the country. And clearly, so you've experienced considering the value of battery storage. And your testimony stated what we all know, that intermittent renewable resources require backup, flexible, quick ramp up and ramp down. And you said yesterday, some variability of wind and solar can be mitigated by the addition of storage as long as the storage has the proper dispatch controls. And you talked about this a little bit today with Ms. Harbine. Can you elaborate on what proper dispatch controls would look like to accommodate the needs of intermittent energy sources?
Sure. It comes down to a dispatch strategy associated with that particular storage unit. Those strategies are done through an algorithm that controls the batteries. If you don't have that algorithm set up right, that dispatch, and you're not feeding it the right information as far as market signals, when do you charge it, when do you not charge it? There's a lot of I can't say guesswork, but it's a mix of science and statistics and correlation in order to figure out when is the perfect time to charge that battery. Because you may decide, a few hours ahead that you're going to charge that battery because we're at a specific price, and then all of a sudden the market drops or dips unexpectedly, and you may have chose a very bad strategy associated with how you're going to do that. That all has to be set up ahead of time in these battery calculations, and there's a lot of unknown risk associated with that. There's good ways to manage it, there's bad ways to manage it, there can be some ways to mitigate it, but then when you're all said and done, the actual performance of that battery will dictate what the accreditation of that battery is. So there's a lot of risk associated with that type of technology. The more we know about it, the more we learn about it, the more we implement it, the better we're going to get. And there has been a lot of implementation over the last 3 years. There's been fairly significant batteries put in. So we're learning, but there are mistakes being made and there are benefits happening.
If you'd be willing to wax a little bit philosophical or theoretical here, if we had available the so far elusive 100-hour duration batteries, kind of the batteries of our dreams or greater, including maybe sequential long duration batteries, how would that ideal situation with battery storage compared to natural gas inability to aid the function of intermittent energy resources, specifically during Montana winters?
It would be beneficial, as we go through our different projections. You look at how our duration was set up, our duration calculation. You look at the number of events we've seen over the last 10 years and the length of those events. We see events at 96 hours. We have seen events recently that were even longer. So those 100 megawatt batteries would actually be helpful in those particular situations. But the current technology at the 100 megawatt level actually is fairly slow reacting. There's a difference between a 4-hour battery and a 100 megawatt and a 100-hour battery. They're not lithium ion. The 100 megawatt facilities are usually some type of physical facility like coiled steel or some type of gravity fed facility, and those don't react in as fast a time frame. So you have to look at the characteristics of the storage that you're also evaluating and make sure those characteristics match what your load is asking for.
But if we could get that ideal battery system, it
would be beneficial.
It would be beneficial,
yes.
Correct. But compared to natural gas, is there a way to compare those in terms of what one can do that the other can't, or one does better than the other? I'm thinking especially during Montana winters, is there one that's more beneficial than others? Or?
At this moment in time, Commissioner, the natural gas performance would far outpace any long-term storage performance just based on the characteristics that are available today. Now you could put if you wanted 100 hours, you could take a 4-hour battery and you could multiply it times 25, and you could put 25 4-hour batteries and get your 100 hours. The problem is you paid for 25 4-hour batteries. So again, natural gas would be much cheaper.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fielder, did you have any questions on redirect? Rebuttal?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to follow up on that line of questioning just to get a little bit more clarity, Mr. Lefebvre. The batteries that you were speaking of just now with Commissioner Bukacek, are those batteries? What is the lifespan of those? Or will they last for decades, or do they have to be replaced more often than that? Can you just tell us, do you know anything about that?
The 100-hour batteries that I was speaking about that are mechanical batteries, Commissioner, are typically mechanical batteries. So like I said earlier, you're talking about coil spring batteries or gravity-fed batteries. If you think about the gravity-fed battery technology, it's a matter of having a hoist and having a weight, whether it's a train car, you fill it full of gravel and you lift that train car up to a certain height. And then when you're using electricity to do that, that's the storage component. And then when you release that weight down, you generate electricity out. That is one of the technologies that could be available. And those technologies, most likely, they haven't been implemented very long, and they're very, they haven't been rarely tested. But theoretically, they could last a long time.
Okay. And what about the 25 or the smaller batteries? Did you say it was 25, or what did you say those were?
Oh, for smaller, for like a typical 4-hour battery, the inverters are have a life of approximately 15 years. The batteries themselves start to really depreciate, and it really depends on the cycles that you run through those particular batteries. If you maintained one cycle per year and you replace about 5% of the batteries every year, you could get that installation to last 20 years. That's typically the arrangement that people do when they put in the 4-hour batteries.
Okay.
But some of the technologies are changing a little bit, so they vary.
Okay. And do those perform equally well in different temperatures, or is there an ideal temperature range that those perform most reliably within?
For batteries, even if you think about your car, temperature does dramatically impact battery performance. So in some cases, you'll build facilities around the batteries in order to protect them, and then you have to heat them and cool them. You have some losses, additional costs. You also have risk of enclosed fires. So there's pros and cons to how you set those batteries up, but changes in temperature will affect their performance.
Okay, so does that mean that in cold weather they're not very conducive, just like our car batteries sometimes the car won't start when you go out on a real cold Montana morning?
If they have protection, you can limit the losses associated with cold weather. But yes, if they are directly in contact with the cold weather, they will be affected.
Okay, and protection, what do you mean by that?
Again, if you put a facility around them, keep them heated, control the temperature, modulate the temperature so they don't get too hot or too cold, that will help maintain the battery's performance and help them last a little longer. And
what kind of energy would be used to do that?
It'd be your heaters, air conditioners, typically you'd have for an enclosed facility.
So it could be any source of energy, wind, solar, natural gas, coal, or would it need to be firm baseload energy to maintain those systems?
It depends on the setup. There's a lot of flexibility associated with that. You could use the energy from the battery to help facilitate firming up the energy utilized. In some cases, they are firmed by the resources they're tied to, which in the case of solar, in a hybrid, in case of solar or wind, they could be powered by those particular facilities. If they're grid connected, they could be powered by anything connected to the grid.
Okay. And then some questions were asked about the Beartooth battery. project or proposed project, and that was withdrawn before I got into it. Can you tell me and the commission what type of battery storage was that plant? Was it the mechanical one that you're talking about, or was it these chemical batteries?
It was a 4-hour lithium battery, or lithium battery.
Okay.
Chemical.
And how many megawatts was that?
50 megawatts, 4 hours.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. I think that's all the questions I have for Mr. Lefebvre. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Vice President.
Are there any further questions from a commissioner? Seeing none, I'll take
I
a
have one
shot.
further.
Pardon?
One further.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So in our theoretical 100-hour battery or something else that's an ideal situation with batteries, and you answered my question really well, but besides, I asked you to compare what would one be better than the other? Where would battery storage be better? Where would natural gas? You said natural gas would be cheaper, but could you, besides price, could you go into differences, maybe having to do with temperature or anything else?
So with the use of energy storage, especially chemical energy storage, you have losses. So your ability to carry energy storage for long periods of time diminish significantly. It'll actually eat away at the energy because you're losing heat. So if you try to store in a battery and you want to carry that for multiple days, you will actually lose a significant amount of your storage because you're trying to carry that through the battery. With natural gas, obviously, you don't have any characteristics like that. The one benefit to batteries is batteries are really fast. If the signal to get the resource online would be very beneficial. One beneficial to natural gas is it's spinning, some type of spinning inertia, which provides stability to the grid. So there's different pros and cons when you look at the different types of resources. Through our IRP and the process we go through, we identify what we need. What are the needs to serve the load? What are the characteristics we're looking for? And then when we run our RFPs, we identify the resources that fill those specific needs, whether it's duration, whether it's flexibility, whether it's firming, whether it's inertia, all those characteristics that are beneficial, some of them quantitative, some of them qualitative, and we identify the best resource to fill that need at the most cost-effective rates.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. This goes to your direct testimony. You testified that Northwestern purchased carbon offsets for YCGS. Do you remember that?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, Mr. President.
Can you tell me why you made the decision to use a carbon sink, agricultural in nature, as opposed to any RECs that might be available, renewable energy credits from 2DOT, Spine Top, or perhaps even GSCAP?
I believe and I'm not an expert, we have an environmental group that takes care of this, but I believe under the rules, that particular compliance request is not, it's a carbon offset, not a REC, which are two different functions. And so we mimicked what was ordered by the commission in the Dave Gates docket and replicated that in the process of getting the carbon offsets underneath that rule.
What is the difference between a carbon offset and a REC?
I don't know if I can necessarily tell you specifically what that is, but a REC is a generation from a renewable resource. I shouldn't say even renewable, non-carbon emitting resource. The carbon offset in this particular case is, I can give you an example. This was different. This was a grass field, but I could go plant a tree, and that particular tree will consume X amount of carbon, and that is considered a carbon offset.
Okay, and this particular purchase for the offsets were 21,800 tons of CO2. What percentage is that of the amount that is emitted per year in CO2 from Yellowstone?
It depends on the actual usage, but when we modeled the Yellowstone, it was predicted that over the life of that asset, it was going to operate about 7.5% of the time. If you use that particular average, I want to say it's probably 122,000. I don't remember the exact number, but for some reason it's sticking to me about 122,000 tons of carbon emitted. But under that particular rule, there was a cap associated with the retail sales off of Yellowstone, which capped us at that particular amount. So it doesn't pair directly with the operation of Yellowstone because of that cap.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, and there's room for error in my understanding, this would be, you basically purchase enough to go to the maximum of the allowable under various rules.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Does staff have any questions at this time of this witness?
Yes, President Molnar, thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Lefebvre. I'd like to begin with hopefully just a clarification of the relationship between the effective load carrying capability, or ELCC, and the production reserve margin, which is the PRM, right?
Right.
So earlier in a discussion about batteries, and I'm not going to ask you about batteries, but I believe you said that because of the lack of experience with batteries, they may be assigned an ELCC that doesn't reflect reality in performance. Is that correct?
Yeah. So an ELCC is a historical calculation on performance. So when you look at the performance of a specific resource, and the ELCCs are done slightly different in different jurisdictions, but typically it looks at the heavy load hours and the performance of that resource during the heavy load hours. So it's not looking at all hours. It's not looking at, when you really didn't need it, was it there? That it's looking at when you needed it and evaluating whether or not that particular resource is there. So if the performance of that asset or during those events that are identified in that historical calculation are different than the assumptions, then your accreditation will change.
Okay, so the ELCC value can change over time. It's historical, but it does change over time.
Yes, usually done on a rolling 5-year average.
Okay. Did I understand your testimony, though, that you would also adjust the production reserve margin up, that the increased use of ELCC increases the production reserve margin?
No, the governing bodies that are setting the ELCCs and doing the particular studies will then evaluate how all of the portfolio contributes to serving their particular loads and the risks associated with that. And they will add an incremental amount of capacity every participant needs to carry in retrospect to their load. And what I was saying and what we're seeing across the country as renewable or intermittent resources increase as a portion of the portfolio serving, the PRM is also correspondingly increasing.
Okay. Thank you for that. I understand now. So I'd like to pivot now to the IRP and RFP process, starting with the timeline, just so that we can shore it up for a final order here. Northwestern filed its 2019 IRP with the commission in August of 2019. Is that correct?
Subject to check, yes.
And so then you also followed that up later that year with the draft RFP. And do you remember a month when that was filed?
I not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, subject to check. Do you think it was around December of 2019?
That's fair.
And then shortly thereafter, in January of 2020, Northwestern actually issued the 2020 RFP for capacity resources, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And then you revised that RFP one time in June of 2020. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And after that revision was done, the RFP then unfolded in distinct phases. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you walk me through, or can you describe what each of those phases are?
I can. My preference would be for you to direct those to Mr. Lee.
Okay, I can do that. Do you, setting aside the description of the phases, do you know the timeline of when the phases unfolded?
Mr. Lee. Yep.
Okay. Do you know how Northwestern estimated the costs of particularly YCGS during phases 2 and phase 3 of the RFP?
Anything associated with the evaluation of the RFP would go to Mr. Lee.
Okay. After the RFP was done and Northwestern actually executed the EPC contract, do you know if the estimates of the costs of that contract materially changed from what was presented in the RFP?
I believe, again, that question should go to Mr. Lee. Once the RFP was, I was the RFP sponsor, but once that was over, I was not part of the additional process.
Do you remember during phase 3 of the RFP, Northwestern submitting additional information into the RFP process?
Can you be more specific, please?
Sure. Did Northwestern indicate in the phase 3 of the RFP that it would prefer dispatchable and flexible capacity at designated locations in the state?
The designated locations were associated with anything associated with that would have been dedicated to bidding that resource into the RFP. So those type of determinations would have been part of the bid package that went into the RFP for evaluation. One of the things to be clear as we go through this is the RFP, and again, Mr. Lee can help us with the overall structure, but there are two RFPs. They're the RFP that I was the sponsor of, which is the overarching RFP looking for the 280 megawatts. And then there was an RFP process that the production side of our group was looking to build out proposals to submit into that RFP. The EPC process was on that side, not part of the overall RFP. They were separate functions.
Okay. So there's the capacity RFP that you were involved in.
Yep.
And then there's the RICE RFP, I think is how we referred to it yesterday with Mr. Hines.
Yeah.
And you were not involved in the RICE RFP process.
That's done through this. That was done through the supply production group.
I have questions about the RICE RFP process.
Mr. Lee.
Okay.
It was done by, I believe yesterday, the discussion, it was done by Mr. Williams, who's no longer with the company. But there was some consulting done with ION and with Mr. Lee.
Okay. So focusing on the capacity RFP. Okay. At the end of June of 2020, the commission issued its comments on Northwestern's 2019 IRP. Did you review those comments?
Yes.
Okay. But Northwestern by that time had already issued both an initial and a revised RFP. Does that sound right to you?
I believe the comments that we received from the commission were, I believe they were included in the revised. I don't think the revised was before.
Okay. It is your recollection of events that Northwestern then made the revision to the RFP based on the commission's comments?
And other comments received, yes.
And other comments. Okay. Thank you. I'd like to turn now to a concept discussed, maybe not discussed, in the 2019 IRP called ride-through capacity. And that was a criteria that Northwestern included in the capacity RFP, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe for me what ride-through capacity is?
Certainly. Ride-through capacity is the ability for a particular resource to sustain or deliver energy during a long duration period. If we wanted to do a visual example of what I'm talking about, we could pull up John Hines's figure 1 in his testimony. I don't know how much you want to go into it, but
I appreciate your answer. I think that gives us all the clarification we need. Would you agree with me, though, that the 2019 IRP did not discuss or analyze or model ride-through capacity as a factor that Northwestern was looking for in its planning process?
So as a portion of the supplemental, which was filed in 2020, Northwestern knew and had indicated in 2019 that there was changes coming from an ELCC standpoint. And when we went through those particular ELCC changes, if you think back to the 2019 plan, we did what we called the company ELCC, so it was just associated with our own portfolio. When you move to RAP, we do a regional ELCC application, so those numbers changed, and you would see a change in capacity accreditation. You would see a change in how they contract, and that was a significant enough change to where we needed to publish a supplemental in order to inform our capacity RFP. Within that, as we're evaluating the data, it became very clear because of how short we are and how much of a percentage of our portfolio it became very clear that we needed to supplement the ELCC with duration calculations, primarily because we were asking, we needed 655 megawatts. We were asking for 280. And if you think about filling your portfolio, you're starting out at about 855 megawatts. I'm adding 280. I still got a gap above. If I use ELCC, ELCC is a top-down calculation. It assumes I have a full portfolio and it gives its accreditation based on top-down. If I'm trying to fill a gap, I'd have to make a tremendous amount of assumptions about declining curves associated with particular renewables. I'd have to make all kinds of assumptions in order to fill that particular gap. In order to accommodate that, we looked at the overall duration requirements. And I would, based on my earlier comments, I would still say even with that, duration still needs to be part of that overall calculation. And we're starting to see that movement across the country.
Okay. I can appreciate what you're saying, that the ELCC has to be supplemented by that durational analysis, right?
Yes.
And that's why Northwestern issued the 2020 supplement to the 2019 IRP.
Correct.
But by the time the supplement came out to the IRP, Northwestern had already issued its RFP.
I subject to check. I'm pretty sure that that supplement was issued long before the IRP. The RFP was issued. The supplement was issued in the fall. The IRP, or I'm sorry, the supplement was issued in late summer. The IRP was issued in the fall. I was positive that supplement came out before the IRP was issued. The RFP was issued.
Okay, 2020 supplement was a precursor to the 2020 request for proposals for capacity resources.
Yes.
Okay. Did Northwestern discuss with its ETAC, and that's ETAC, can you explain that acronym for me?
Technical Advisory Committee, Energy Technical Advisory Committee.
Okay. Did Northwestern discuss with that committee the concept of ride-through capacity being a criteria in its RFP?
I was not physically present, but yes, they would have, as part of process, should have been, those discussions should have been had.
Okay. I appreciate that you weren't there, but do you know whether or not ETAC provided any feedback on ride-through capacity as a criteria?
I don't know.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would know?
No, unfortunately, the planning manager is also no longer with Northwestern.
Okay. In your opinion, though, is ride-through capacity as a criteria an industry standard method for assessing capacity needs?
It is not. Northwestern was in a very unique position because of the depth of need within the particular portfolio. But as I've repeated, even now, I do think the industry is evaluating what that other tool needs to be. They've identified a shortcoming.
Okay. Northwestern has filled that shortcoming with ride-through capacity criteria.
That is correct.
Do you know of any other utilities who use that criteria to fill the same shortcoming?
Again, no other utilities had that depth of need. If you're filling, if other utilities are looking to fill the top part of their portfolio, ELCC is very doable at filling that top part of the portfolio, at least from a partial perspective. I would again argue that there needs to be a supplemental, but that's what they currently use in order to add their capacity.
Okay. In your direct testimony, you talk about how you presented portfolios to Northwestern's board of directors from the capacity RFP. Do you recall that?
I do.
Were you involved in presenting the results of any of the RICE RFP, the bids from the RICE RFP process to the board of directors?
No, I was not.
Do you know if that was done?
That should have been a question for Mr. Hines, but I would have not been part of that.
Would Mr. Lee know the answer to that question?
I don't know if he would.
Fair enough.
Again, if it would have been presented, it would have been by Mr. Williams, who's no longer with Northwestern.
All right. I think that covers my questions that are not about the RICE RFP. So I'll save those for Mr. Lee. Thank you.
Is there any further cross-member Any intervener based on what you just heard?
I do have a few questions, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. Lefebvre, in your conversation with Commissioner Fielder, you talked about some cold weather issues associated with availability of batteries generally. Is that right?
There can be, yes.
There can be. Are you aware of any cold weather issues associated with the operation of gas plants?
There can be, yes.
Okay. We've had some testimony earlier in this hearing about winter storm in Texas.
Winter Storm Uri, yep.
Winter Storm Uri, and that was in 2021. Okay. Are you aware that the interruption in electric supply during Winter Storm Uri has been largely attributed to the failure of gas plants in Texas?
I think that's a way high overgeneralization, and it's not just the gas plants. We had very little renewable production during that time as well, but it was a combination of several things that probably shouldn't have happened. One of the biggest issues that they had was they have a lot of gas production wells in that particular area, and the electricity was shut off to those gas production wells, so they stopped producing. Well, when they stopped producing, they no longer had the natural gas available in order to provide enough natural gas for generation. That was a significant portion of it. There was also a portion of it where they had some freeze-offs at some delivery points from the natural gas transmission system. And yes, they did have several units that were not cold weather protected, and they did fail during that particular event. So from a natural gas side, there were several issues, but that was not the only issues associated with that particular event.
Okay, so it sounds like you've educated yourself around the causes of those, I'll call them tragic events.
I sit on the SPP board member committee.
Okay. Are you aware that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, has identified natural gas-fired units as representing 58% of all generating units experiencing unplanned outages, derates, and failures to start during that winter storm?
Can you say that stat again?
Natural gas-fired units represented 58% of all generating units that went down during that period.
I'm not sure exactly what they're alluding to because, again, natural gas-fired units as well as all electric generation are actively historically accredited. They're on rolling 5-year, rolling 7-year, depending on the criteria. So that would be reflected. And when I look at the accreditation for natural gas, it's somewhere in the area anywhere from 82 to 97%. So that doesn't correspond to the stat that you're giving me. So I'm not sure what they were trying to get to.
Okay, the stat was FERC's look back at what happened, to learn lessons from Winter Storm Uri.
That specific event.
Right, that specific event. 58% of all electric generating units that experienced outages during that time were natural gas-fired units.
Again, as I explained, those 3 categories did represent a significant outage, and those lessons learned have been that they've been adjusted within the SPP footprint, and hopefully we won't see that happen again.
I share that hope. For the Yellowstone County Generating Station, you don't have any availability guarantees for that unit, correct?
I believe there are available guarantees from the OEM, but again, I'm not specific to that, but I believe there are.
Can you define OEM and refrain from using such acronyms? Sorry about that.
No, they are the owner. It just went blank. I'm sorry. It's the.
Is it the firm you contract with to operate the plant?
It's the manufacturer of the particular facility.
Okay, so there was a guarantee when you purchased the units, but not. It's not as though you, as you sit here today, could say there's a guarantee around operating.
There is a guarantee. More specifics could be provided you by Scott Lee. We currently have the operator or the Caterpillar group operating that plant. There is a guarantee associated with that particular plant. Please refer the specifics to Mr. Scott Lee. He'll be able
Okay.
to answer that.
Okay. And you did have an availability guarantee for the Beartooth battery specifically, correct?
Correct.
Just a moment. Let me refer to my notes. Oh, just one point of clarification. So in your conversation with President Molnar, you talked about the carbon offsets and did a calculation based on the operating capacity, expected operating capacity for YCGS of 7.5%. Did I hear that right?
That's correct.
And that's no longer your operating assumption as to the operating capacity of YCGS, correct?
Again, it's based on the life of the asset over the total forecasted curve. It very well could be that percentage.
Still 7.5%.
It's the current operations, I believe, are higher than what was projected, but long term, it may or may not work out to that same percentage.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Is there any further cross-examination from any of the interveners? Seeing none, would Northwestern wish to redirect its witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may I have permission to share my screen on Zoom?
Of course.
And while I do that, Mr. Lefebvre, do you still have the Beartooth agreement in front of you that Ms. Carbine gave you?
I do.
Am I sharing my screen? Doesn't look like it.
You are split screen between you and the witness.
Could you refer to Article 1 and the definitions of the Beartooth battery agreement?
Yes.
Could you read the definition of guaranteed commercial operation date?
Sure. Guaranteed commercial operation. Oh, you made it too small for me.
Oh.
Means October 1, 2023, provided that such date may not be extended as a result of force majeure or in accordance with Section 425 or Section 427.
Thank you. Would construction of any project be at risk of force majeure events like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the copper factory fire, supply chain events like we talked about yesterday for Yellowstone?
Every contract I've ever negotiated is subject to force majeure events.
Commissioner Fielder asked you to explain some battery technology, and you mentioned battery cycling. Can you just help us all understand a little bit what that means?
Yes, I apologize. So what a cycle means is the batteries charging and discharging. So if a battery fully discharges, and then fully charges, that's one cycle. If there's a partial, that's not a full cycle until it gets to an equivalent fully charged, fully discharged. In order to maintain proper maintenance, especially in the Beartooth agreement, but in other battery contracts that we've evaluated and tried to negotiate, there's usually a ask and a requirement for the battery to be fully charged and discharged every day in order for them to maintain their maintenance cycle. And obviously that has ramifications of some days I really don't want to charge it, some days I really don't want to discharge it. So you have to take that into account when you're evaluating it.
One moment.
Okay, thank you.
I need a minute, Commissioner. I'm pulling something up.
1 minute, 15 seconds is your allocation.
Mr. Lefebvre, Mr. Hamilton asked you about ride-through capacity, and you referred to a figure 1. Is this the figure 1 you were referring to?
That is a figure, yes.
From Mr. Hines' testimony?
Yep.
Could you explain what this depicts about Northwestern system?
Certainly, certainly. So this is the event that we've talked about a couple times, the January 24 event. In this particular event, we had a very high load. And if you're, the winter event is a normal winter event in Montana where you have a pressure system coming in. As it's moving in, we have wind on the system. When the high or low system stops, the wind dies down and it sits there for a period of time and then eventually moves on. And as it moves on, then the wind comes back on the system. And you can see this in this particular exhibit where you see the green on the left where the system is moving in. You see the system kind of settle in, and then the green on the right where the system moves out. How our system is reacting to this particular event, you can see we become very short capacity because there's no wind and there's no solar. Under this portfolio, we have over 400 megawatts of wind, and it's barely if not at all producing. And we also have 175 megawatts of solar. Again, barely if not at all producing. As you can see within this particular area, you see a red line going through this particular, going through this event, and that's the price, the market price associated with energy during this particular event. About halfway into the first day, you can see that market price goes up to $1,000 per megawatt hour. What that's signaling to us is scarcity of energy. It's showing us a shortage of capacity, not only with Northwestern with this specific event on our system, as we indicate by that white space, but also in the market across the Northwest. That shows a correlation between these overall events and an understanding that Northwestern needs the capacity on system or on dedicated transmission in order to supply energy for our customers during these type of events for the length of the duration. The other thing this thing also shows from a duration standpoint is this is 3 days long. If I was to serve this with a 4-hour battery, I would need, you got 1 day, it's 24 hours. I take that 4-hour battery times 6, and I need it for 3 days. I take that times 3, I have 18. I would need 18 4-hour batteries. And if I want to make this equivalent to Yellowstone, I would need 175 megawatt 4-hour batteries. I'd need 18 of them to be equivalent to one natural gas generator. That's the difference from a duration standpoint that we need to protect our customers from an outage.
Is this January 2024 event typical of events on your system?
Absolutely. As you look at the 2019 plan, you can see we clearly identify the number of events and the length of events associated with that plan. You can also see in Joe Steinman's testimony, which you'll be going through later, these events, the cost of these events have been escalating as capacity is being reduced in the Northwest.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Chairman, may I excuse this witness?
Unless subject to.
It's just going to be temporary, just in case.
Okay. The witness is temporarily excused. Thank you for your testimony.
Our next witness is Mr. Olson, who is on Zoom. Do you want to take a break or call him?
I was thinking a break. So it's 10:40 right now. We'll come back at 11:05. Thank you. We are reconvening at the proper time, 11:05. Does Northwestern wish to call Mr. Olson, which I believe was the scheduled witness?
Yes, Mr. President, we call Arnie Olson. And he should, I see him on Zoom.
Mr. Olson, have you been sworn in yet for this hearing?
I have not.
Mr. Olson, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Olson. Could you state your business name, your name and business address for the record, and spell your name?
Good morning. My name is Arnie Olson. It's ARNEOLSON. And my business address is 44 Montgomery Street, Suite 1500, San Francisco, California, 94104.
By whom are you employed?
I am employed by Energy and Environmental Economics.
And that firm referred to as E3, what is your role there?
I am a senior partner at E3, and I lead our integrated system planning practice.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
I am testifying on behalf of Northwestern Energy today.
Do you have the direct testimony that you filed in this docket before you?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No corrections.
If I were to ask you the same questions under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. President, I move to admit Mr. Olson's direct testimony as Exhibit NWE 16.
Without exception, it is admitted.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do interveners wish to cross-examine Mr. Olson?
Mr. President, the joint parties have just a few questions.
Thank you.
The first, Mr. Olson, good morning. My name is Jenny Harbine. I'm counsel for joint parties in this case. I suspect that you are the witness who may be able to best explain ELCC to us, and I wondered if you would do that now.
Certainly. ELCC, the acronym, is Effective Load Carrying Capability. And at a high level, it's a way of assessing the ability of a resource to help a power system meet its long-term reliability standard, so its resource adequacy standard.
Okay, and has E3 conducted an ELCC analysis for 4-hour batteries on Northwestern system?
Yes.
And did E3's analysis show that 200 megawatts of 4-hour batteries provide over 90% of their nameplate capacity as a capacity value?
It did. The thing that I think it's important to understand about ELCC as a rule is that it's portfolio dependent. So the ability of a given resource to contribute to a system's reliability depends on the other resources that are present on the system. And so it's not, any given ELCC rating isn't a rating that's good for all time and under all conditions. And I think it's important for the commissioners to understand the conditions under which a system is tested and under which ELCCs are calculated. And I think Mr. Lefebvre referred to this in his testimony. But in effect, the standard practice is to assume that a system is adequate, and in fact, to tune the model to where the system exactly meets its resource adequacy standard. So it's 1 day and 10-year standard in this case. The way that's done is by adding or subtracting what's called perfect capacity. So perfect capacity is kind of a theoretical resource that's always available whenever needed. And so any resource that real resource that you're accrediting is always being compared to a certain amount of perfect capacity. So in this instance, we had to tune this Northwestern system by adding quite a lot of perfect capacity. So this is that large resource gap that Mr. Lefebvre referred to. So 678 megawatts of perfect capacity was needed to be added. And so the ELCC calculation for the 4-hour battery, it must be understood that depends on the existence of that 678 megawatts of perfect capacity, which serves a couple of functions. It both helps to fill in some of the gaps when other resources aren't available, but it also provides energy for charging the batteries. So it's true that under what our study is showing is that under those circumstances, when these other resources are present, that those batteries can have a very high value in providing kind of a top-off service. So if there's enough resources to where you're close to reliable, batteries can get you over the finish line. But if those other resources aren't there, then the ELCC would be very different.
Okay, and I understand that the application of the ELCC methodology may be different for different portfolios. In your expert opinion, is the process you described of adding perfect resources to a portfolio in order to perform an ELCC analysis the industry standard methodology for evaluating capacity value of new resources?
So yes, that is the industry standard methodology. And
Mr. Olson.
if I could just maybe add a little bit of clarification to that, which is that the circumstance in which Northwestern found itself with such a large gap is very non-standard. So in a normal case, we would be adding small amounts of perfect capacity to the system and calculating ELCCs based on that. We hadn't encountered a case where such a large gap was required and such a large amount of perfect capacity was required. So I think the thing that's important to understand is the value that batteries can provide, that our study showed that batteries can provide for filling part of that gap. And they could be effective at filling a part of that gap, but they would not have been effective at filling all of the gap.
Okay, and so I hear you saying, in light of this gap, E3 did the best it could to identify capacity value using the ELCC methodology.
E3 used an industry standard methodology to evaluate the contribution of various quantities of batteries and various quantities of other resources as asked by Northwestern. It might, and I think it's important to understand that the value of batteries was different across the different tranches of capacity that we evaluated. And so maybe this would be a good time to sort of clarify that. If we could turn, if you don't mind, to page 56 of my direct testimony, where there's a table that shows the incremental ELCC values that E3 calculated.
Can you restate the page for me, Mr. Olson?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's page A056. And at the bottom of the page, there's a large table. Well, most of the page is covered by a large table.
Okay, proceed. It's loading for me, but you can.
Okay. Table, the title of the table is E3's incremental ELCC results, ELCC megawatt versus nameplate megawatt additions.
And are you looking at page 26?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at page 56.
Can you identify what testimony you're referencing?
Well, it's my direct testimony.
Are you looking at table 2?
Well, there's not a table number on mine.
Can I ask Mr. Olson, your counsel, to clarify with you what you're looking at so that we can be referencing this?
Mr. Olson, we see a table on page AO26, and we see that your testimony stops at page AO31. So we don't see a page 56.
You might have the wrong one in front of me then. Would it be possible
I can share my screen with your testimony if.
Yeah, if you could share that, then let me see if my example is still helpful.
I need a minute, Mr. President, to get the Zoom.
Apologize.
May I share my screen, Mr. President?
Please do.
Okay, I think I found the right one, and it should be the table that's actually on page 25. Table 1.
Ms. Harbon, does that help?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
So I think where we left off was Mr. Olson explaining this table.
Yes, exactly. Yep. And so I think what this table shows that's important for the commission to understand is the how the capacity value of standalone batteries changes as a function of its penetration. So I think we discussed earlier that up to 200 megawatts of batteries would have 181 megawatts of effective load carrying capability. But as you continue to add batteries to that system, the incremental capacity that those batteries add is much diminished. And so if you could look at the line that says standalone battery at 400 megawatts provides 243 megawatts of effective load carrying capability. And at 500 megawatts provides 263 megawatts of effective load carrying capability. So in effect, that last 100 megawatts of batteries provides only 20 megawatts of effective load carrying capability. So one way to understand that is that the 4-hour duration is limiting the ability of the battery to be available across a longer duration event. If your system is topped off with perfect capacity, then the events that it sees tend to be shorter. The less perfect capacity you have available, the longer the events tend to be. And so if you were to say, if you wanted to procure enough storage to meet a 100 megawatt capacity need, once you already have 400 megawatts on the system, you would need to procure 5 times as many short duration batteries. And if you multiply, and because it's duration limited, if you multiply that 5 times, so 20 megawatts of effective capacity for the last megawatts of battery means 5 4-hour batteries to get 100 megawatts. So 5 4-hour batteries is 20 hours of 4-hour battery duration. So I think this, if we were to just fill the portfolio from a top-down approach, which is what the ELCC method does, to me, this indicates, while we weren't involved with the duration analysis that the Northwestern staff did that Mr. Lefebvre described, to me, this is a pretty good indication that we would have come to a similar conclusion when filling the portfolio from a top-down basis.
Okay, so let me unpack this a little bit. So I see here standalone batteries, 4 batteries have a capacity of 181 megawatts out of their 200 megawatt nameplate. Am I reading that correctly? Based on ELCC's analysis, or E3's ELCC analysis.
Yes, and again, just to be clear about how the ELCC calculations were done. So the first step is to tune the portfolio by adding enough perfect capacity to meet the 1-day and 10-year standard. So in this case, we had to add 678 megawatts of perfect capacity. So the first 200 megawatts of batteries can displace 181 megawatts of perfect capacity. But they still were relying on, to do the math, the other 500 megawatts of perfect capacity being available and in the portfolio in order to shorten the events and to provide energy for charging.
Okay, and understood that this is a non-standard application or a non-standard set of circumstances with Northwestern's capacity short portfolio. However, given those circumstances, in your professional opinion, this is the correct way to evaluate the capacity value of additional batteries on Northwestern's system. Is that correct?
It's again, I think it's important to understand the nature of the methodology, the nature of the calculations, and the limitations of the calculations. So this is the appropriate way. This is the industry standard way to evaluate the contribution of batteries under these conditions. These conditions mean that the portfolio has in it resources that have enough capacity value to meet that extra 500 megawatts of perfect capacity that is assumed under that 181 megawatt rating. So under those circumstances, then yes, this is the marginal value of that last 200 megawatts of storage, but it requires those other resources to be in the portfolio to complement the limitations that storage has, to be available for charging and to be available during those longer duration events.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. E3 has never performed an ELCC analysis, which is the industry standard analysis that attributed 20% capacity value to a single battery, has it?
Well, E3 has performed a huge variety of ELCC studies for utilities in the Northwest, around the West, around the country.
Let me clarify.
We certainly have seen cases where single batteries had higher values than 20% or lower values than 20%.
And I apologize. I meant specifically for Northwestern and on Northwestern system. Has E3 performed an ELCC analysis that derived a capacity value for a single standalone battery of 20%?
Well, yes. So in the table that we were just looking at, that last 100 megawatts of batteries, so in the presence of 400 other megawatts of batteries, that last 100 megawatts of batteries had in fact a 20% ELCC. So if you think about that as a standalone battery project, that 100 megawatt project would have had a 20 megawatt rating.
Okay, and that would assume that the the theoretical perfect capacity resources that you're putting into the analysis are all battery resources. Am I understanding that correctly? So that last tranche that you're evaluating would also be a battery?
Yeah, so that specific calculation was assuming 400 megawatts of other batteries available. Now, those 400 megawatts weren't nearly enough to fill the entire gap. Those 400 megawatts still only achieved 200 and I forget the number now, 243 megawatts of effective perfect capacity. Remember, the gap was 678, so there still would have been 400 and something megawatts of other perfect capacity resources available again to charge that last increment of battery.
Okay. And I understand that the ELCC exercise involved some theoretical assumptions, but do you know how many batteries Northwestern has in its resource portfolio currently?
I don't.
Okay. Do you understand it to have any batteries in its resource portfolio currently?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of whether Northwestern has proposed adding batteries of 25, 50, 100, 200 megawatt capacity?
I'm not aware of specific proposals. They did ask us to study certain tranches, which I might assume would line up with potential options that they were considering.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Are there any questions for cross-examination from any other interveners? Are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Fielder?
No, Mr. President. Thank you.
I have but one. Sir, you were talking about capacity from additional batteries not being a straight line, rather the last one might produce less depending on what's in the portfolio.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yes.
Along those lines, were the numbers you're giving coming from algorithms of performance based on various portfolios or actual performance that's been tested at various locations? My concern is that this resource is a fairly new technology, and I would like to know if it's actually been tested out to come up with the numbers that you gave.
So our study was done using a model, using a simulation. It's not really an algorithm per se. The way that the simulation works is that we take the last 40, I think it was 44 years of weather conditions, and we simulate what Northwestern's bundled electric load would have been under those conditions using today's end uses, so using a relatively recent sample of loads. So it's based on actual weather events. And then it simulates the ability of the system, well, the availability of resources in the system during those events. So all of the thermal resources, where it simulates the potential for those resources to have outages and not be available. No resource is perfect. It simulates the ability of wind and solar to be available, enforcing historical known correlations and anti-correlations between wind output and high load conditions and between solar output and high load conditions. So the events that were in the graphic that Mr. LaFay was showing, where you have multiple days of very low wind conditions, wind output during cold weather conditions, our simulations would have captured some of those events to the extent that they're reflected in the historical record. And then we would be simulating the ability of batteries to contribute to that system, both considering the ability of the system, other resources in the system to be available to charge the battery, and the known limitations on the battery's ability to respond, which in this case were, the 4-hour duration limitation and the rate of charging on the round trip losses. So all of this, I think, are robust simulations of the availability or the ability of batteries to contribute to Northwestern's system under the test conditions, given the sort of engineering specifications of the batteries. We did not, in our study, assume a forced outage rate for batteries. there really wasn't a historical record at the time for whether batteries were likely to have forced outage rates. There's not moving parts like there are in a thermal generator. Experience has shown that batteries do have forced outages. So the industry is gaining more experience in the operation of batteries. But I would say that the conditions in which we simulated batteries are not unlike what the industry has seen, and that the estimates that we have, subject to that one caveat about a forced outage rate, are good estimates based and have been borne out by experience.
So part of my question was, have there been any actual test on the ground, real time, real conditions by any entity, perhaps a manufacturer, a state, or a commission anywhere?
Well, there are now 20 something gigawatts of grid scale batteries in operation. And so, yeah, we have been able to observe the performance of those batteries in real life conditions and compare them to how we might have simulated them before we had that real life experience. So if we were to redo the simulation today, we would look very closely at what the record has shown for the availability of batteries during very cold weather conditions and their performance, and the very hot weather conditions and their performance. And there would be some adjustments made. But generally, my expert opinion generally is that the batteries have performed close to what would have been expected, with perhaps a higher forced outage rate than we would have assumed.
Thank you. Does staff have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do just have a few questions. Mr. Olson, you had discussed earlier the process of calculating ELCCs requires tuning the utilities portfolio in order to have full capacity, right? Fully meet its needs. Did I describe that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it important to the ELCC calculation to fill that gap?
Well, as I discussed earlier, the ELCC of any particular resource is sensitive to the other resources that are in the portfolio. And so it's important to have a set of, let's say, standard conditions under which to do that testing. And we discussed this internally with respect to that large gap that Northwestern needed to fill to get up to a 1 day and 10 year standard, is that if we had run a battery ELCC on a system with a resource gap that's equivalent to 50% of its peak load, we would have found very little value for batteries, because there simply wouldn't have been any energy available to charge the batteries. So if that were the only study that we would have done, we would have found for that particular system very little value. That wouldn't be an accurate value for all conditions that the Northwestern system might face. So doing the study from the top down and filling it with perfect capacity, we're able to show that there are circumstances in which batteries would have capacity value for the Northwestern system. Okay. So batteries are could be a part of the portfolio, but they couldn't fill all the gap.
I appreciate that. But to be clear, my question isn't about batteries. It's just about the reasoning, the method behind ELCC and why it's necessary to fill in. Because if I understand what you said, it's important to recognize that the ELCC will change based on the resources that are actually available on the system, correct?
Yes.
So if we're trying to find a capacity value for any type of resource, battery or otherwise, why do we have to fill in with a hypothetical, non-existent, perfect capacity resource to identify the capacity value of any type of technology?
I think the primary reason, well, first of all, the 1 day and 10-year standard is what, a system would be striving to achieve. So that would be like whatever their goal is, the practice is to assume that you've tuned that system to meet their goal. So let's assume it's 1 day and 10 years, which it is in this case. So because that's where the point of the exercise is to achieve the standard. What you'd like to know is what combination of resources allow you to achieve that standard, and what are their individual contributions toward helping the system to meet that standard. So if you're measuring, and because we know that the marginal value of any particular resource is sensitive to the other resources that are present in the portfolio, what we want to know is how they can all fit together to meet a reliable system. If we were to do that type of exercise on a system that's very unreliable, we might come up with very different marginal values of different resources. So they would have a different marginal value of helping a system to achieve a standard of, let's say, 1 day per year. But I don't think that's the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to get to 1 day in 10 years. And so what we want to know is how all the resources add up and combine with each other to get to 1 day in 10 years. And especially because you're trying to compare, you're using this to help you understand which resources to procure. So this is the tuned system is the one that you're striving for, excuse me, and the one that's the most appropriate to use for that entire portfolio.
All right. Mr. Lefebvre testified earlier that for a system like Northwestern's, with the gap that it was facing, ELCC alone was not enough, that it had to be supplemented with durational analysis. Do you agree with Mr. Lefebvre on that point?
I have a slight disagreement with Mr. Lefebvre on that point. And again, this was an area of discussion at E3 as we were, recognizing this unusual circumstance of modeling ELCCs for a system where their controlled resources were only 50% of their peak. So we had to ask ourselves, would ELCC still get us to what we think is the right answer about the value of various resources on the margin as you're using them to fill up that entire gap? So our belief is that the ELCC method is still appropriate and would still get you to what we think is the right answer. The right answer in this sense generally is batteries can be a part of filling that gap, but can't fill the entire gap. And the exercise that I went through earlier, zeroing in on the capacity value of those last tranches, the 300 to 400 megawatts and 400 to 500 megawatts, I think demonstrates that ELCC method in our model was also seeing the need for this very long duration resource to help fill sort of the bottom of the stack, as Mr. Lefebvre referred it to, while also then accurately capturing the potential value that batteries could have to top off the stack and help meet those diurnal load fluctuations.
Okay. Again, I appreciate the context of batteries and how that can, be used to make an example out of this. But just to summarize, what I'm asking is it your opinion that the ELCC alone is all that a utility like Northwestern in Northwestern's position would need in order to evaluate the capacity value of a resource?
So my belief is that if you were to use the ELCC method, even on a system like Northwestern's that's significantly short, that you would it would still accurately characterize the relative capacity contribution of different resources at different levels of penetration and at different sizes of the gap. I do recognize that the system that Northwestern has is very non-standard. And so I don't think that precludes the use of other potential methodologies to fill in perceived gaps in the ELCC methodology, which I think it should be recognized that it is, because it is, the standard way is to assume that there's enough perfect capacity to meet that 1 day and 10-year standard. And in most systems, that's a small amount of capacity that's at play. It is very unusual for there to be such a large gap to fill. And so it's understandable that and that a company might turn to other methods to help round out their understanding of the nature of that capacity gap that they were facing.
Okay. So you still disagree with Mr. Lefebvre that it's necessary to look at those, but you think that it is reasonable for a utility like Northwestern to look at those other criteria? Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
I think that's fair. I think it's always incumbent on a utility to carefully examine the results of any particular methodology and how they line up with their intuition, benchmark them to real events that they might have seen and experienced in their careers, especially in a case like loss of load modeling, where the events are quite rare and quite specific. I think the ELCC methodology is a good one, and it's sound. It does depend on how the models are constructed, how the data is put together, how those real life events that we've seen, for example, in January of 2024 are reflected in the model. I think all that benchmarking is really important. And so I think it's not only reasonable, but recommended that a utility round out its understanding of that with its own experience and potentially other methodologies for benchmarking.
Okay. So are you familiar with the ride-through capacity requirement that Northwestern included in its capacity RFP?
I'm generally familiar with it. I couldn't speak to it in detail.
Did Northwestern consult with either you or E3 in the development of that ride-through capacity requirement?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any other utilities that have evaluated potential resources based on sustained capacity capabilities similar to what Northwestern has done through the ride-through capacity requirement?
I'm not familiar with any other utility using that specific methodology, no. But again, I think the circumstance in which Northwestern found itself was also quite unusual.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Alston. I have nothing further.
Does Northwestern have any Does Northwestern wish to recross this witness?
The joint parties don't wish to recross.
Do you have any further witnesses?
I'd like to redirect this witness for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Olson, you were just speaking with Mr. Hamilton. I believe you said that the ELCC does not preclude other methods. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And by other methods, are you referring to the 20-hour tier that Northwestern used in its 2020 RFP?
I mean, yes, that could be one example of another method a utility might use to benchmark, understand, supplement the formal loss of load probability modeling.
And did I understand that you recommended for a utility such as Northwestern that had such a large capacity deficit to in fact consider these alternative methods like a 20-hour tier?
I think it's reasonable for them to do so. I think it's incumbent on them to make sure that they're confident in the output of any model that they're using, including any LCC loss of load model. So yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions. May this witness be permanently excused?
Is there any objection to the witness being permanently excused as opposed to temporarily? Seeing none, he is permanently excused.
Thank you. Northwestern calls Mr. Scott Lee. I believe this witness needs to be sworn in.
Mr. Lee, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and do so without purpose of aversion? Thank you.
Mr. Lee, could you state your name and business address for the record?
Name's Scott Lee. Business address is 10524 Moss Park Avenue. That's Suite 204, 246 in Orlando, Florida, 32832. For the avoidance of doubt, I do work and reside in Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. I was confused.
Mr. President and Council, could you please have the witness pull the mic a little bit closer?
Is that better?
Is it on?
Thank you. Yes, it's on. It was just a little bit further away. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. Mr. Lee, who is your employer?
Ion Energy, LLC.
What is your role there?
I'm a principal at Ion.
Okay. And just, I mean, if you could have your microphone really close, I know it's a little awkward, but it can be hard for it to hear. You see how close mine is. On whose behalf are you testifying today?
Northwestern Energy.
Do you have before you the direct and rebuttal testimonies you filed in this docket?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to those testimonies?
I do not.
If I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions, would your answers be the same?
It would.
Mr. President, I move to admit the direct testimony of Mr. Lee as Exhibit Northwestern 17.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, admitted.
And I move to admit the direct testimony confidential work papers as Exhibit Northwestern 17C as in cat.
Be admitted.
And I move to admit the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Lee as Exhibit NWEC, again, because it's confidential.
Is there any objection to either of the confidential admissions? Seeing none, admitted.
Thank you. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do any interveners have cross-examination?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Good morning.
I have a bunch of wind up here, but it's really just one question, so I'll cut to the chase. On the scoring rubric for the RFP, can you just confirm that that was only weighted or based 50% on price factors, with the other 50% being based on non-price factors?
That's confirmed.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any further cross-examination for this witness? Do any commissioners have any cross-examination for this witness? Seeing none, does staff have any cross-examination for this witness?
I do. Thank you, President Molnar. Good, I guess, still morning, Mr. Lee. Can you tell me if you or Ion was involved in any way in the 2019 RFP for rice equipment?
Just to clarify some of the discussion on that, HDR, Northwestern's owner's engineer, administered that RFP for the rice equipment. Ion was involved from a general monitoring perspective, given how it was incorporated into the overall capacity RFP in 2020.
Describe what you mean by a general monitoring perspective.
Yeah, we essentially were aware of what was going on in terms of what bids were received, and then how they were evaluated, and then ultimately how they were incorporated into the EPC projects in the capacity RFP.
So would you be able to answer questions about how bids were evaluated in the rice RFP?
I can give general perspective on that. I would defer to Mr. Fulman on specifics, but I can give some general perspective on it.
What was Mr. Fulman's role, to your knowledge, in the 2019 rice RFP?
Well, I don't believe Mr. Fulman was at the company at that time. It was kind of led by the supply group, of which I think the person that was at the company is no longer here. So I don't think he was involved specifically.
Okay. Do you know of anyone who is identified as a witness in this 2-week hearing who was actually involved in that process?
Depends on level of involvement, I would say. Again, I can provide general perspective on it and how the bids were evaluated and how they were incorporated into the capacity RFP. I would defer to the supply group.
Okay.
Mr. President, if I may clarify, because of the former director that left Northwestern, he's not available today, but Mr. Folman is up to speed on the issues. And as Mr. Lee testified, he was also monitoring this RFP. So I don't want it to go on the record that we didn't have anyone here to answer questions, because we do have 2 people here to answer questions.
I appreciate that.
Noted.
Okay, Mr. Lee, if any of these questions you don't know the answer to, of course, feel free to defer to Mr. Folman and we'll try to keep track. But do you know when Northwestern first issued the 2019 RICE RFP?
In 2019, but I don't know the exact dates.
Okay. Do you know the deadline to submit bids to that RFP?
I do not. No, not offhand.
Do you know whether Northwestern filed a draft of that RICE RFP with the commission?
I do not know.
Do you know whether Northwestern provided any advance notice to its ETAC, which hopefully you were in the room earlier when we discussed ETAC, were you?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether Northwestern provided any advance notice to ETAC about the 2019 RICE RFP?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know whether Northwestern shared the results of the RICE RFP with its ETAC?
I don't know the question or answer to that
Okay.
either.
Do you know what criteria Northwestern used to evaluate the RICE RFP?
Yes, at a high level, it was also price and non-price factors, which would be typical for any RFP, whether it be an all-source RFP or a technology RFP. I don't have the exact breakdown in front of me, but my recollection is it was consistent with the all-source capacity RFP.
Consistent in that it was weighted 50% price, 50% non-price?
Subject to check. That's my recollection. Yes.
What is your understanding of the purpose of the RICE RFP?
Overarching, the RICE RFP was intended to support EPC project development, and the EPC projects were considered as part of the 2020 capacity RFP. So this essentially was a development activity that would be typical for any development activity for a project, whether it be a Northwestern project or a developer project, but ultimately it fed into the characteristics of the EPC projects considered as part of the capacity RFP.
Okay. So there was a team within Northwestern Energy that was working on this RICE RFP, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the results of that RICE RFP were shared with EPC contractors who bid into the capacity RFP.
That's correct.
Do you know if there was any other coordination between the team that worked on the RICE RFP and the EPC bidders in the capacity RFP?
Maybe I'm not following coordination. Can you help me a little bit there?
Yeah. The results of the RICE RFP had to be shared with the EPC contractors, correct?
Correct.
So that those contractors could prepare bids for the capacity RFP.
Correct.
And certain budgetary information, certain estimates about costs had to be shared, again, upwards to that EPC contractor, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. Please explain.
Yeah, so the EPC bidders essentially bid on what we call the BOP or balance of plant scope for an EPC project. So this would be everything besides the major equipment. So everything besides the reciprocating engines. So all they needed to bid on the balance of plant systems and equipment are just the technical characteristics of those engines. So commercial items pricing, that was not shared with EPC bidders.
Okay. Are you familiar with the budget that was presented to the board of Northwestern Energy for approval?
I'm generally familiar based on the testimony that was provided. Yes.
Could we get a copy of PSC 27 just so that he has that in front of him? right. If you turn to, I think it's page 2 of that data response, there's a table that was provided in response to part C, which is the titled, at least, the original board approved budget.
Yep. I see.
Okay. So help me understand balance of project here. The line items in this budget that are not Rice Caterpillar would have been what the EPC contractors were responsible for estimating.
That's correct.
Okay. And Northwestern, through the results of that Rice RFP, provided the first line item.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know if anyone, well, let me strike that, start over again. For all the items that follow from EPC, Burns and Mac, all the way down to AFUDC, would those numbers, those figures, have been estimated by Burns and Mac in submitting its proposal to the bid?
So the only number that was estimated by Burns and Mac is the EPC Burns and Mac line item. That's it.
Okay. The rest were Northwestern's obligation to estimate.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the 2020 RFP Rice Equipment RFP bid evaluation summary?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. A copy of that, a redacted copy, which should not require, hopefully, confidential session, was provided in response to PSC 244D. So it's an attachment to PSC 244D. Do we have the ability to pull that up quickly?
Are you asking me or?
Yeah, if counsel for Northwestern would like to help, that would be just fine. All right, do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I do.
Okay, on the front page, it's dated October 25th, 2020, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and it says that it's revision A.
That's correct.
Do you know, based on your understanding of the Rice RFP process, whether there was a prior version of this?
I do not know offhand, no.
And then if you would scroll all the way down to attachment B1 for me, which is, I believe, page 14 of the PDF.
Is that B1? Sorry.
B1, yes. Okay, so B1 here is the scoring matrix for DGGS, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, actually, nope, that is correct. Okay. Could you take a look at that safety record project experience O&M support line?
I see it.
And if you could, just read for yourself what that description of that line item is and tell me when you're done.
Okay.
So based on what you see here and your prior knowledge of the Rice RFP, do you know what was attempted to be scored on this criteria?
From a general perspective, there's usually subcategories within these major categories to where it would break down safety as one instance, which is important for the engines based on some of the on-site work that has to happen with this equipment. And then overall project experience, that's usually based on number of installations throughout the industry for similar type applications, let's call it. And then O&M support would be a function of, let's say, where depots are located, things like that. That would be my expectation.
Okay. So that may help explain my next two questions here, but this was looking directly at DGGS, which is the Dave Gates Generating Station, right?
That's correct.
And so there are two items scored here, one from Caterpillar, one from Wärtsilä. And on the DGGS version of this, Wärtsilä scored slightly higher than Caterpillar, correct?
For this specific category?
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
And if you scroll down to B2, Caterpillar scored higher than Wärtsilä. Correct?
That's correct.
And so this B2 shows us a different location in Montana, right?
That's correct.
What location does this show us?
BIL, which refers to Billings.
Okay. So can you explain for me how the safety record project experience O&M support for these two different bidders would flip from a site located at DGS to a site located at Billings?
Yes. The primary reason for this, I think there was some discussion yesterday about Dave Gates and the overall fuel strategy in general at Dave Gates. So the actual offerings by the original equipment manufacturers, the OEMs, those are different models that are considered at the two sites. So one model at Dave Gates is a dual fuel unit. It can burn natural gas and diesel fuel. It's a larger unit than what's considered at Yellowstone County Generating Station. So they're different models, and that's partially what drove the difference in scoring in general. And that's the primary basis, is my understanding.
Okay. Do you know of any other factors that led to the difference in scoring there?
For that specific category?
Yeah.
It would be based on number of installs, overarching experience in the industry. They do have different operating characteristics and pricing, but that's not relevant to that category.
Okay. You mentioned how these are broad categories and they would typically be broken down into more discrete scores, right?
That's correct.
Do you know if any of that information exists in the record?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Have you seen any of those more specific scoring details?
At one point in the process, I may have, but I can't recall a specific time.
Okay. The end result of this RICE RFP, though, means that in the 2020 capacity RFP, those EPC contractors were bidding based off of Caterpillar, the selected resource in the RICE RFP, correct?
For the final offerings, the EPC bidders did provide bids for 2 locations, 2 engine manufacturers, and then that was subsequently narrowed in once a selection was made.
Right. Was that in your understanding in the phase 3 part of the process of the RFP?
The exact phase, I need to go back and look when that was conveyed to the bidders.
Okay. So you testify, well, I believe you testified in your direct testimony, page 16, that ION drafted the evaluation method and criteria, including a scoring matrix that considered price and non-price criteria, correct?
That's correct.
And did Northwestern provide any feedback or input regarding the evaluation method and criteria?
They did, yeah. I mean, they reviewed the document and provided some comments on it. I know we had some data requests on this topic as well. Yeah, they were working on it in general.
Did ION recommend the 50% price, 50% non-price criteria to Northwestern?
I believe that's where we started, just as a general benchmark to put forward to them to consider. So my recollection is that's where we started with the draft matrix, essentially.
So what is the basis or ION's basis for using that as the benchmark?
We've seen, generally, we're involved in a lot of RFPs throughout the country, a lot of planning in general. So it's really a balance between those price components and then those qualitative non-price attributes that have an impact or potential impact to reliability. So in general, we've seen price be weighted lower. We've seen price be weighted higher. This generally represented a reasonable split between those price quantifiable metrics and the non-price, overall qualitative attributes.
Okay. So what are the metrics that Northwestern used to judge and select the EPC contractor in this project for YCGS?
The metrics that Northwestern used to select the EPC contractor were the same metrics that all bidders were evaluated against.
Okay. There were multiple EPC contractors bidding into the RFP process, right?
That's correct.
Do you know if Burns & Mac was the lowest cost option available to Northwestern?
My recollection is they were.
Do you know what month and year Burns and Mac submitted their bid into the capacity RFP?
July 10th was the due date for all bids, regardless of EPC bids or otherwise. My recollection is that they, along with all the other bidders, submitted their bids by that date, July 10th, 2020.
Okay. Did that bid include the lump sum amount that is reflected on the original board approved budget from PSC 27, which we may have pulled away from you? But I believe it was your earlier testimony that that line item on the budget would have come directly from EPC Burns and Mac, right? As a contractor.
That's correct, but can you read that line item for me, please?
Sure. It was a board approved budget, EPC Burns and Mac, $98,578,255.
That number is not what was bid into the RFP initially. So their initial bid was lower than that. And through conformance and through essentially some of the market shifts that were happening throughout the evaluation, that number was updated throughout the evaluation and through negotiations. My recollection is that's the final contract value that's in that table. So that's a function of all the evaluation and negotiations.
At the point the selection was made to go with Burns and Mac, do you recall what the Burns and Mac price was?
The exact price, I don't, but that's within reason of what it was.
Okay. All right, I might have just a few more questions here based on questions that were previously deferred from other witnesses. But I note that it's already a little past 12, and I could actually use a little time to clean up my notes here and make sure we cover all those questions. Mr. President and parties, would we be willing to take a lunch break at this time and come back with this witness later?
So we will now go into, it's your idea, into the confidential part?
No, just lunch, just a lunch recess for an hour or whatever time you would like, or the parties would like.
The parties would like 1:30 to come back.
Okay, we will now adjourn for lunch until 1:29. It is past 1:29, so we'll get started. Lucas, I believe we'll let you continue to ask your questions. The witness is still sworn in.
Thank you, President Molnar. Mr. Lee, just a few more remaining questions here. Do you know what phase of the RFP was underway when Northwestern was able to fill in the remaining items of the board approved budget, or I shouldn't say the board approved budget, the remaining costs that would need to be capitalized with that project to evaluate it against other bids?
From a overarching perspective, maybe I'd just shed a little light on how the budgets for this project and all projects were revisited throughout the RFP process.
Sure.
So bids came in July 10th, 2020, I believe was the date. And throughout the evaluation, based on clarification questions that we issued to bidders, based on review in detail of the bid forms they filled out, based on red lines of commercial agreements that all the bidders filled out, there was a constant revisit, I guess you could say, of all costs of all bids throughout the process. In order to nail down your specific question, I would need to understand the exact timing of when that board of directors budget was established.
Yeah, and I apologize because my question shouldn't have referred to the board approved budget. That came later. But by the time we were in, or Northwestern was in phase 2 and phase 3 of the RFP process, you had a full capitalized cost of each one of the bids. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so included in that are estimates of what Northwestern would need to spend for items like the owner's engineer, internal costs, AFUDC, those types of costs, right? So those existed during phases 2 and phase 3 of the RFP process. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you know specifically when Northwestern provided that information for purpose of evaluating the process?
There are multiple work papers that reference during the different phases of when that information would have been provided. So I know for sure that in phase 2, there was initial documentation provided with respect to the EPC bids on some of those other line items in that budget buildup, for instance. But those were also updated in phase 3. I believe the final selection of the portfolio that was preferred was in February of 2021. And ultimately the contracts were negotiated and executed leading up to April of 2021. So there were updates throughout the entire evaluation process to that.
Okay. In your role as the contractor evaluating the RFP process, managing the RFP, administering, is that the better word?
Yeah, that's Cooper.
Administering the RFP process, do you evaluate the reasonableness of those estimates as they're being provided by Northwestern?
I'd say in general, yes. There are many numbers for owner's costs, for instance, that are dependent on internal Northwestern processes. But by and large, we did look at the reasonableness of some of the buildups there. We do have a lot of experience in support of developing those numbers for other utilities. And then what we see from other, let's say, RFPs in terms of typical percentages often is kind of what we benchmark against. So yes, reasonableness was a consideration.
Okay. And you, I think, just referred to them as buildups. Is that right?
I would typically expect there to be a buildup of those numbers, yeah.
Okay. And by buildups, you just mean those costs like internal costs, owner's engineer costs, environmental costs, contingencies, that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay. And so you provided some review. You have some opinion on whether those costs were reasonable in this case?
I do, yes.
Okay. And do you believe that the $28.7 million contingency was a reasonable reasonable estimate of the contingency costs associated with this project?
Reasonable estimate at the time, yes. I mean, from a general perspective, contingency is often based on percentages, whether it be percentages of contracts or percentages of total project cost. And in looking at the different contracts that were in place, contract for the RICE equipment, to contract for the EPC side of things, and then overarching project costs, this seemed relatively reasonable in the grand scheme of things.
Okay. And that's based on your experience with prior projects like this?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. We've heard, and there's been testimony from Northwestern, that COVID-19 and other sort of global events played an outsized role in affecting the budget of this project. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you think it's reasonable to rely on those historical sort of percentages, for example, of what a good contingency is in light of those shifting economic dynamics?
I think there's a reasonableness to it, perhaps with some margin included in that, of which general allocations often carry some of that margin. A parallel I'd go to current day is with respect to how contingency is calculated with respect to tariffs, which is a very challenging thing to predict right now. So while there is some historical representation, at the time, the full impact of COVID and other unknown type impacts, I think, would be very hard to quantify in general.
Okay. Let me see if I have anything else for you here. You mentioned before that the budget of the winning bid was still changing between selection and execution of the contract. Is that correct?
I mentioned that there was a selection in February 2021, and the executed contracts happened in April of 2021. Typically, with any negotiation, I'd expect some variance in costs, regardless of what the project is.
Are you able to quantify what changed?
Not without my work papers in detail.
Okay. If we refer to the work papers, though, we should be able to find that information.
I would expect so. Yeah. From a general perspective, we have characterized what all bids were at when we received them, so unevaluated, and then when ultimately selection happened and when execution happened as well of the contracts.
Okay. Without getting into the specifics, because you'd have to refer to your work papers, do you have an opinion on whether the changes between selection and execution were trivial or material?
In my opinion, they were trivial. There was quite a bit of discussion in my exhibit discussing phase 3 of the evaluation about what changed and then what, if any, impacts it had on the selection. And based on our evaluation, there was no impact on the selection based on those changes.
Okay. And last question for you. You received the estimates that we were just talking about, the buildup from Northwestern, but you didn't participate in the preparation of those estimates, right? And so do you know at what time Northwestern internally had prepared those estimates?
I can't say for certain. I just know there were multiple updates to it as the evaluation moved forward.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Do any other interveners have cross of this witness? Seeing none? Does Northwestern wish to redirect this witness?
Yes, and I apologize since after lunch. Did the commissioners already ask questions?
You're right. I am remiss. Do any commissioners have any questions of this witness? Seeing none.
Okay. It's hard after lunch. Good afternoon.
I would use that excuse.
Could you pull up your exhibit SAL 3? And Mr. Chairman, if I can share my screen, I will share that exhibit with everyone. Okay, Mr. Lee, could you turn to section 2.7 of that exhibit and tell me what is this exhibit?
This exhibit is the capacity RFP that was issued in January of 2020.
Can you see the highlighted section I have in the second paragraph of section 2.7?
I can.
And that speaks to, for a potential RICE EPC project, Northwestern intends to furnish the major equipment and Northwestern would procure the RICE equipment. Can you explain what's the impact of this part of the capacity RFP?
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about how the RICE RFP, the RFP for reciprocating engine equipment tied into this capacity RFP. And that's basically what this statement gets at, is the RICE RFP was a development activity of Northwestern that supported EPC project development. So what Northwestern received as part of that RICE RFP, evaluated, and then ultimately included as part of these EPC projects, that's what this sentence is discussing.
Is this industry standard for an industry standard process for Northwestern to do this?
It is for RICE projects. It's very common for owners to procure the RICE equipment directly from the original equipment manufacturers. This is a general contracting strategy decision, but for RICE projects at the time of the RFP and including right now, for RICE projects, for combustion turbine projects, it is very common for owners to procure that equipment directly. There's more say in terms of the selection of the equipment, and there's also less markup on the equipment if it were, or as compared to if it were being procured by an EPC contractor. They typically mark it up. And in this case, you avoid some of that markup with Northwestern procuring it directly.
So you described Northwestern's procurement of the RICE engine as part of the project development. Can you give me some other examples of what's part of the project development?
Yeah, so project development is a very broad, I guess, set of activities that would lead up to having a defined project in general. So when we're thinking about the land that the project is placed at, when we're thinking about the electrical interconnections that the project needs to send or receive electrons from the grid, natural gas pipelines, if the project uses natural gas fuel. All these activities are development activities that are required for the Yellowstone project and required for any project that bid into the RFP. A lot of our evaluation across the board, regardless of what type of project, what type of contracting structure, involved looking at the development attributes of all these projects, seeing how far in the development phases that the project might be, seeing how realistic a project might be with respect to meeting its costs that they quoted, as well as schedule. So I would characterize this RFP for the RICE equipment as a general development activity. Another bidder that is developing a wind farm, for instance, they would go through an RFP for wind turbines, very similar, but that would not be part of Northwestern scope because it's a bidder project. So we would typically look at all these different activities and assess the viability, assess different merits of these. A lot of the selection on, let's say, the bids in general would have to do with, hey, how close is a project to a substation? That impacts how long an electric transmission line might need to be to interconnect to that substation. Those are millions of dollars per mile. So that can have a significant influence. In the case of YCGS, it was right next to it. So that reduced the cost quite a bit in terms of interconnecting there. But we look at all these things for all these different types of projects, and that was part of the RFP process.
So for the 2020 capacity RFP that I just had up on the screen, was talking about the RICE equipment, did Northwestern provide the MPSC with a copy of that draft, a draft copy of that capacity RFP before issuing it?
Yes, it did. The capacity RFP, I believe, was provided to ETAC. It was provided to a number of other stakeholder groups and the Public Service Commission.
Did you meet with ETAC about that draft
I did.
RFP? You personally met with them?
I did, yeah, at least on a couple occasions that I can recall, both before and then during the evaluation. Yes.
So there was notice that Northwestern was going to purchase the owner equipment, meeting the RICE equipment, right? The bidders knew that, right?
Yeah, the bidders knew it from what was in the capacity RFP, what was spelled out in that section, and then what also was included in the specifications for the EPC projects. So in addition to the specifications for the balance of plant, like we talked about, the rest of the facility, RICE technical information was provided to all the bidders such that they could come up with their bid and their costs for the RFP.
Do I understand it correctly that Northwestern's purchase of the RICE equipment is a separate process from the capacity RFP, just like a wind project buying its wind turbines is a separate process from bidding into the RFP? Did I say that right?
It's a separate and distinct process, just like applying for interconnection rights on the electric grid or securing firm gas transmission, but considered in the overall total project attributes or costs. So it's a separate and distinct process, but factored in to the RFP evaluation.
Why didn't Northwestern select an existing resource?
Well, there's, I guess, a lot of different considerations that went into the RFP evaluation. My recollection is that there were only 2 existing resources bid in to the RFP. one of which I think was a public bid, kelp. The other was not. It was an off-system combined cycle resource. These resources were evaluated along with Yellowstone, along with all the other bids, just based on the evaluation criteria, based on the scoring matrices. In general, looking at the same development attributes, transmission deliverability for that off-system combined cycle resource was a very significant risk that was identified through the RFP process. Essentially, there's transmission service that would need to get or move the power from the off-system to on-system, and that wasn't known at the time, and that is a responsibility of the bidder per the RFP. Additionally, there were some schedule concerns about that project that didn't come, let's say, available until late in 2026. So just as a few examples, but all the same factors were considered for existing resources as for new resources. So looking at all these different risks and looking at the costs, of course, and combining it in that scoring matrix, that's essentially what resulted in the selection of V2, portfolio V2.
And Mr. Hamilton asked you several questions about the budget. So your role as RFP administrator was selecting the EPC bid that was part of the budget, right?
That's, yeah, selecting the portfolio that contained the EPC bid. That's correct.
Right. But you were aware of what Northwestern's budget was before Northwestern proceeded with the project, weren't you?
That's correct, yes.
Did you have any reason to think that that budget wasn't realistic?
Not at the time. You know, we've seen a lot of changes in the industry. I think everyone can appreciate that right now. Based on what we saw, again, and I know there was a question about, you know, relying on historical precedents and understanding all that, but very recent leading up to the RFP, we saw numbers just for the balance of plant aspect of the project that were below what was bid in by Burns and McDonnell. And ultimately we're below what the contract price, you know, might have been signed for. So in terms of looking at what some of those potential impacts are, I think it's generally understood. We started seeing some impacts, but impossible, in my opinion, to predict the extent of what those might be at the end of the day. So looking at it from industry standard metrics, we usually use dollar per kilowatt, dollar per kW, just standardized. It didn't stand out as being unreasonable in our view.
Thank you. I have no further questions. May this witness be permanently excused due to his travel to either Orlando or Michigan?
Well, since we don't know where he's going, this might be tough, but does anybody have any objections to the permanent excuse of this witness? Seeing none, you're permanently excused.
Northwestern calls Mr. Joseph Egan, and he needs to be sworn in.
Mr. Egan, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, without purpose of aversion? Yes. You're sworn in. Please take your seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Egan. Could you state your name, business address, and spell your name, or at least last name, for the record?
Joseph Egan, E-G-A-N. Business address is 1 North LaSalle, Chicago, Illinois. And Egan, E-G-A-N, yes.
By whom are you employed?
The Vertex Companies.
And what is your role there?
I am a executive vice president.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
Northwestern Energy.
You filed rebuttal testimony in this docket. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions here today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. President, I move to admit Mr. Egan's rebuttal testimony as Northwestern Exhibit Northwestern 19.
Without exception, admitted.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do any interveners have any questions for this witness? Cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just have one. Mr. Engen, do you have a number for how much additional costs resulted from replacing Burns and McDonnell as the EPC?
A specific number? No.
Do you have a ballpark number?
Well, we know the cost for the completion contractor, Fagan. And that, I believe, was 32 million approximately.
And are there any other types of costs that were incurred because of that switch in contractors?
Well, there were other costs incurred by Northwestern after that switch.
Right. I understand after the switch, but as it was attributable to the switch, if they hadn't switched, these costs wouldn't have been incurred.
No, I don't believe there were any other costs that would have been incurred.
Like, for example, looking for a new contractor or that kind of thing?
Well, we did hear testimony about the effort that they undertook to find the replacement contractor, Fagan. So I guess there might have been some costs associated with that.
And some delay too, right?
There would have been some delay, but it was very minimal because they had the replacement contractor in place prior to the agreement to remove Burns and McDonnell. So that time period was very minimal.
Did Burns and McDonnell continue their work right up until that transition, right up until their contract was terminated?
That's my understanding. They did, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a further cross-examination of this witness from the interviewers? We will see one.
No questions from the joint parties.
Pardon?
No questions from the joint parties. Thank you.
Do commissioners have any questions for cross-examination of this witness? Commissioner Fielder, do you have any questions in cross-examination for this witness?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
And I have none. Does staff have questions in cross-examination of this witness?
I have just a few here. Thank you, President Molnar. Good afternoon. So your primary purpose in this proceeding is to respond to the criticisms levied by MCC. Is that right?
Yes, as well as I was asked to determine whether or not the costs incurred were reasonable.
Okay.
And prudent.
So you reviewed the change orders that were processed in the course of the YCGS project. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you consulted with the project managers that were involved in overseeing the project?
Yes.
Okay. In your testimony, you said that Burns and McDonnell is a experienced and sophisticated global EPC contractor, right?
Yes.
And it's your opinion that they're generally a reputable contractor, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So yesterday, I believe Mr. Hines stated that as a reputable, globally known contractor, EPC contractor, Burns and McDonnell must have included in their bid some of the costs that they were experiencing related to COVID-19. Do you agree with that?
Yes. In the agreement, in the EPC agreement, there's a clause in there that says that they've included costs related to COVID-19 that were known at that time. But it wasn't all the costs because at that time, all the impacts of the COVID event, worldwide pandemic, was not known at the time that contract was signed. In fact, it was in April of 2021 when that contract was signed. That was really the first year of the COVID, and the impacts of COVID, the full impacts of COVID, were not known and knowable by anyone. And in hindsight, we now know that those COVID impacts and all the things that came out of COVID, including the supply chain issues, continued for several years after that.
Right.
And that's been my experience on numerous other construction projects that I've been involved with, that the COVID-19 impacts continued, as I say in my testimony, some of it continued in 2024.
Right. In your testimony, you include a couple of tables that demonstrate tables, charts maybe is a better word, that demonstrate how costs were affected by COVID-19, right?
I give some examples of how the cost, and you can see very clearly that the construction cost after April of 2021, after the contract was signed, that construction material costs and things like concrete increased at rates unseen in the construction industry for the last 20, 30 years. So there was a major spike up in construction costs after April of 2021.
Right. Would you agree, though, that your chart shows the spike beginning before April of 2021?
There is an uptick prior to April 2021, but if you put yourself in the place of April 2021, what's known and knowable now, at that time, there's no way anyone could have predicted that curve, that spike, to be as tall as it was. It was 20%, 21% in a 1 year period after that. The construction industry has never seen that level of cost increase. And I've been in the industry for 40 years. We have never seen an increase in a 1 year period like that ever.
Okay. So COVID-19 would have been a factor in the EPC portion of the budget. In your review of all the materials related to this project, did you also see COVID-19 being factored into the other items of the budget?
When you say factored into the budget, what point in time are you talking about?
By the time that the budget was presented to the Northwestern Energy Board of Directors.
Okay. Can you give me the exact time that was prepared? Because I don't recall off the top of my head when that was done.
Yeah, we can pull out a data request if it's helpful for you to look at. Although I think in your testimony, I believe there was also a copy of the board approved budget.
That's correct. Yeah, the $261 million. Yeah.
Exactly. So based on what you know about that budget and when it was compiled, did you see COVID-19 impacts being included in all the line items that would be affected by COVID-19?
Based on what I was asked to do, I didn't do a thorough investigation of what all went into that budget. And the reason I didn't do that is because what I was asked to do was to determine whether or not the costs that were incurred, the actual costs incurred, were prudently spent. So whatever the budget might have been is not all that relevant to determining whether the costs were prudently spent or not. Budgets are prepared at various points in time. All construction projects have budgets. They are estimates based on what information was known and knowable at that time. But in a prudence hearing such as this, from my experience, and I'm going to date myself a little bit here, I've been involved with prudence hearings since the late 80s, early 90s, dating back to when all the nuclear power plants were coming online. And the prudence hearings were throughout the country on those plants because they were enormous projects. The standard, as I understand it, on prudence is were there reasonable processes in place following construction industry standards to make decisions at the time without the use of hindsight, knowing that you don't have perfect information, were the decisions to manage and control the projects reasonable? So it's a reasonableness standard, a reasonableness test. And again, it's without using hindsight. So what I'm looking at and what my report talks about are what are the actual costs? Because that's the measure of prudency. Are the costs that were actually spent prudent or not? And were reasonable processes and procedures in place following construction industry standards to monitor and control the cost? So the fact that there's a budget at any point in time, and they did change over time, that's not my scope of work, and that's not what a prudence determination is about. It's not about the budget, it's about what the actual costs are.
I appreciate that, Mr. Egan. I guess, would you disagree with me that at the time you're evaluating different alternatives for the resource, that you might select and build. Having accurate budget information is important.
Accurate as it relates to what's known and knowable at that time.
Exactly, right? So you want to make sure that the budget you're reviewing has been prepared and estimated reasonably at the time that it's prepared so that it can be compared against all of your other options, which may have different budgetary risks, correct?
Well, now I think you're getting to a scope work that I wasn't involved with, which is the decision to go forward with the Yellowstone County Generating Station. I didn't analyze that pre-selection of Burns and Mac. My analysis begins at the time Burns and Mac was selected and the process to decide to hire Burns and McDonald, and then from that point forward to the end.
Okay. But you would agree with me in principle that at the time you're making a selection among those different alternatives, knowing that you have reasonable budget figures for your alternatives helps you make a prudent decision.
Again, that's a whole different animal, if you will, than determine the prudency of the actual cost spent. You're talking about a whole different decision-making process.
I appreciate that. All right, I'll move on.
Okay.
On page 12 of your rebuttal testimony, you describe how a fixed price EPC contract protected Northwestern against certain types of risks like the pandemic. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah, that's not the full testimony. That's a part of it.
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing here. If you'd like to review it, I can direct you to a page number of the testimony in front of you. But do you recall that testimony in general?
Yeah, and I also recall saying the contract also has, a fixed price contract also has the option to make changes. So it minimizes the risk. It doesn't eliminate the risk. A fixed price contract minimizes the owner's risk. It shifts some of that risk onto the contractor, but it doesn't eliminate risk. That's because all fixed price contracts, and I've reviewed hundreds, all have clauses in there for change orders and a change order process, which this contract did.
That's true, right? So maybe fixed cost contract is a bit of a misnomer. Is that fair to say?
It's a widely used contract in the construction industry, and they're called fixed price contracts, but it's fixed up to a certain point. And that certain point is there are clauses in those contracts, just like this contract, that says there can be changes, and there's a change order process where the parties review that and documents are submitted and discussions are made on for specific reasons why a fixed price contract was changed.
Sure. Literally, though, your testimony is that a fixed price contract shifts much of the cost and schedule risk of construction onto the contractor and away from the owner.
That's correct.
Okay.
Much of the risk. In comparison to, say, a cost reimbursable contract where there is no price at the top, it's whatever it's going to take, however many hours and cost. That would be a cost reimbursable contract, which can be almost unlimited.
Right.
And on those contracts, on a cost reimbursable contract, the risk of cost overrun and schedule delays is borne by the owner at that point in time.
Right. Okay. So based on your experience in dealing with these, let's focus on the fixed price contracts. Does the contractor build in an additional margin for their profit for bearing that risk?
I wouldn't say they build in a margin for profit. They would build in a margin because they know that they're bearing risk, that however they prepared their estimate may be off. They could be plus or minus some number. So they build into their price some margin, not necessarily profit.
Yep, just margin.
It's just margin for things that they may have forgotten in their bid or what have you. So they will build into a fixed price contract room for certain things because they don't have total control of like labor markets and labor prices and material prices. Those things can change, but they'll build in some margin for that.
Okay. Due to the change orders that were associated with the YCGS project, it's my understanding that Northwestern actually ended up paying B&M, Burns & Mac, the majority of the fixed price that was agreed to in the original contract, correct?
At the end of the day, yes. In this settlement with them, they did. Yes, that's correct.
Right. And at the time that Burns and Mac exited the project, it was about 70% completed, according to testimony we heard yesterday. Were you here for that testimony?
I was.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that percentage completion estimate?
I believe that the completion on the construction project was a little higher than that.
A little bit higher than the 70%.
Higher than that, yes.
Okay. What is your estimate?
There was a data request on that. As I recall, I believe it was around 85 or 86% complete for the construction side of it. There's still more work beyond the construction, like commissioning and starting up the project, which I don't believe was in that percentage. So in the 86%.
In the 86%, that was construction. But as you note, there are other elements that are part of the EPC contract. So you would expect it to be somewhat less than that 86%.
Overall, yes.
Okay. So the way that this played out, what actual risk did Burns and Mac assume under the fixed price contract?
They assumed the risk for in-scope work that they bid on that they had to perform. But then as the contract lays out, the risk that they didn't undertake would be force majeure events, which include things like COVID-19, as well as floods, wars, et cetera. Those are all, there's I think 12 or 15 different force majeure things that they did not assume a risk for. They also didn't assume any risk if there were design changes. So if, for example, Northwestern Energy said, we want to go to 19 RICE engines, they didn't assume that risk. So if there were design changes, they're not assuming that risk, as well as force majeure events. So those are the risks they didn't take on. So any in-scope work they took on.
They took on those risks.
They took on those risks.
And they here is Burns and Mac.
Correct.
Okay. So Burns and Mac took on those risks. But at the end of the day, they provided to Northwestern a project that was somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 to 86% completed, but we're still paid the full amount, essentially the full amount of their EPC contract, correct?
Yes. But that also was in the settlement negotiations. They were requesting much more than what they were paid, way more than what they were actually paid. From their point of view, they felt they were entitled to, roughly speaking, $80 million more than what they were paid. They felt they had justification for $80 million more. Northwestern didn't agree with that. They thought it was substantially less than that. So the settlement, which in my opinion was reasonable and prudent, ended up paying them around $102 million, even though they thought they were entitled to $180 million is the last number that was talked about between the parties.
Right. So that $180 million figure was that sort of verbal estimate that Burns and Mac provided to Northwestern, but that was never documented to your knowledge in a change order.
The full 80 was not documented in a change order. Some of it was documented in what's called potential change orders, where Burns and McDonnell had put forth a number for various potential change orders they were seeking. I forget the exact number that it went to, but it was, I think it might be in a report, but it was tens of millions of dollars that they had put a number to. But then there were a number of potential change orders that they had requested where they hadn't yet quantified and put forth a number, a cost number for that.
Right. And in your testimony, it's your opinion that because they didn't provide that documentation, those were not proper change orders.
They were not to the point that met the requirements under the contract. Burns and McDonnell thought that they had justification for these changes, had begun that process, some of which they priced out, some of which they had not. But They hadn't reached, many of those potential change orders had not reached the requirements under the contract to be even yet be considered as a change order.
Right. So I guess my point is the question I'm trying to get answered here is, if the fixed price contract includes terms that are designed to shield Northwestern from risk, but Northwestern doesn't exercise its right under that contract to get a project that is complete for the price that they've negotiated, what good was the fixed price contract in protecting Northwestern?
I'm not understanding when you say they didn't exercise their right. What do you mean by that?
Well, you discussed the settlement between Burns and Mack and Northwestern, where they agreed to part ways. And as a result of that settlement, Burns and Mack was paid essentially everything that they had bid as their original EPC contract, but Northwestern was left with an incomplete project, correct?
Yes, they needed Fagan to come in and complete the work, although they weren't, you said paid fully. They were all the pending change orders and unapproved change orders that hadn't been finally negotiated. So in Burns and Mack's point of view, they were paid almost $80 million less than what Burns and Mack thought they were entitled to at that point in time.
Well, that was the $80 million that they needed to complete the project, right?
Generally, I would say yes, although they may have incurred some of those costs already. So that some of the work might have been already been done that Burns and Mack hadn't been paid for, but there was obviously disputes between Burns and Mack and Northwestern whether it was an appropriate change order or not, whether it met the requirements of the change order.
Can I stop you there for a second, though? Is it normal in the industry to perform the work that has not yet been approved?
That happens often, yes.
Okay, $80 million worth of work?
No, and I didn't say 80.
Yeah.
I'm just saying a part of that 80 could have already been incurred by Burns and Mack. A lot of it was to-go work that they felt they should be entitled to. Some of it had already taken place. So it's likely that some of those costs had already been incurred by Burns and Mack.
Okay. Can you quantify for me the value of risk, the value of additional changes that were paid by Burns and Mack by virtue of the contract being a fixed price contract, and that Northwestern actually avoided?
Can you?
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, what number are you trying to get to?
Well, let me try phrasing that again, because you've said that the fixed price contract helps Northwestern avoid some of the risks associated with this, right?
Correct.
So can you quantify for me, based on how this project unfolded under the contract with Burns and Mack, quantify for me what Northwestern actually avoided in terms of costs associated with the risks that Burns and Mack bore?
I cannot put a number on that, but what I would say is much of that 80 million they were seeking fell under items that Burns and Mack should have covered. In other words, they were seeking costs that Northwestern felt fell under the fixed price contract and were not, didn't meet the requirements of a change order. So Burns and Mack felt one thing, Northwestern felt the other. But when you review the potential change orders, in my opinion, Northwestern position was correct, that these were not change orders that Burns and Mack was entitled to under the contract.
Okay. So at that point, the parties part ways, Burns and Mack and Northwestern part ways. Northwestern brings in a new EPC contractor, not on a fixed price contract, under a different type of contract, right?
Correct.
And that new contractor is providing the services that were included in the $80 million estimate that Burns and Mack offered, right?
Not exactly. And the reason I say that is some of that $80 million that Burns and Mack thought they were entitled to were items that Northwestern were not going to pay because they felt that was under the fixed price contract. So what Fagan came in and did was they finished the scope of work that was left under the fixed price contract. Some of that 80 million that Burns and Mac was seeking, Northwestern was not going to be paying those. So there's not a direct overlap between the two. And it's obvious from looking at the end of the project, Fagan spent about, I think, $32 million to finish the work. At the same time, Burns and Mac was seeking $80 million to complete the work. So there's clearly bringing in Fagan costs less, 32 million is less than 80.
I appreciate that. Certainly no dispute with the math there.
Okay, good.
But the $32 million, does that include, so the $32 million that Northwestern paid to Fagan, does that include payment for services that Burns and Mac would have been obligated to provide under the original fixed price without the $80 million change order to Northwestern?
I'm sorry, that they would have paid Burns and Mac?
They would not have, because they would have been protected by the fixed price contract, right? Did Northwestern have to pay a contractor to perform work that under the original contract, Burns and Mac had already agreed to provide under the fixed price?
So can you state the question again? I just want to make sure I'm following it correctly.
Sure. Did Northwestern end up paying Fagan to perform work that was already covered under the fixed price contract of Burns and Mac, for which Northwestern would not have paid Burns and Mac had they stayed with that original contract?
Well, there was some monies left to be paid to Burns and Mac under the fixed price contract. They would have, Northwestern still would have paid Burns and Mac additional monies beyond what they had already paid them. And so I don't know the exact number here as I sit here, but there would have been monies owed to Burns and Mac. And that remaining scope is what Fagan completed. There were some items that out of the 80 million that were more than likely justifiable change orders that they would have paid Burns and Mac, that they eventually paid Fagan to do.
Can you quantify anything of the things that you've just discussed, of the change orders that were justifiable in the $80 million that Burns and Mac had brought to Northwestern?
No, I can't quantify that. I mean, sitting here, I
Sure.
don't know a number.
Okay. Did Northwestern undertake any particular efforts to evaluate the accuracy or the validity of that verbal $180 million estimate when it was made?
Did Northwestern?
Yeah.
That would have been very difficult to do because there was no documentation yet that had been provided by Burns and Mac to evaluate that. There was a running log of change order requests and approved change orders. That the change order requests that had numbers on them. Again, I forget the exact number, but it was tens of millions of dollars that Burns and Mac they put a number to, many of which Northwestern disagreed with. And so I forget the number on that. So only a portion of the 80 million was ever quantified and put to writing with some level of support or documentation behind.
If no effort was made to evaluate or verify.
Objection, misstating the answer. Not what
Fair
it
enough.
said.
Given Northwestern's efforts to evaluate or verify some of what was documented, right? Some of it was not documented, so it couldn't be verified. That was your testimony, right?
Correct. They verified what they could, where Burns and McDonald had provided documentation as to the justification for a potential change order with cost information. They verified that, but the remainder, where it was a verbal, nobody can verify the validity or accuracy of that.
Okay. And that's not standard industry practice to get a verbal estimate of change order of that magnitude. Is that fair to say?
Well, it's what Burns and Mac presented to them. It's standard in the industry for a contractor to sometimes gives the owner, hey, we've had these issues. We believe it's a change order. We're going to provide you with documentation. That's done all the time on every project. And they vary in size from a few thousand to tens of millions of dollars if it's a big issue. So I would say that verbal conversation happens all the time on construction projects. It's then typically followed up with, okay, if you believe that, Mr. Contractor, show us, provide the documentation that's required under the contract.
Did North
got there? Well, for some of those with Burns and Mac.
We never got there. Why didn't we get there?
Well, at that point in time, Burns and Mac was saying, we're going to need many more months of schedule extension to complete this. And we have all these pretending change orders we've already quantified, which Northwestern already had issues with many of those. And so Northwestern was at a point in time where, I think as Mr. Hines described, parties had come to impasses on many of those. And now they come forward with, we want a bunch more money and we need a bunch more time to complete it. It got to the point where the decision was made, let's bring in an independent, let's bring in a third party, Fagan, have them look at the project. And then you, Fagan, tell us, based on what you saw, give us an estimate of what you think it's going to take to complete this, and how are you going to complete it, and how long it's going to take. That's when Fagan came back and said, we can do it for, I forget the exact number, but 30-ish, I think was the number, 30 million, way less than 80, and in less time. So it got, at that point in time, Northwestern is faced with two options. Do we continue down the path with Burns and Mac, which is at least 80 million more and a lot more time, or terminate them and bring in Fagan? So there was a lot of room between 30 million and 80 million and a shorter duration. So the decision was made at that point in time. We need to move, Northwestern needs to move on from McDowell. Terminating a contractor is a difficult decision to make. It's not unique in the industry. It happens. It happened a lot in the COVID era. I have seen and worked on for contractors, owners, developers on in this COVID era of contracts that where the contractor was terminated and someone else was brought in. So this is something that is not unique to the industry. And there are projects where it gets to the point where it's the right decision to move on and hire a replacement contractor.
Okay. I think I just have one or two left for you here. We've heard about the $180 million verbal sort of estimate. Do you know, based on your review, what the cause of that $180 million estimate was? What specifically led them to that point where, despite all the prior change orders that they had made for smaller amounts, now it was going to be $180 million to finish this and on an entirely different timeline?
Well, a part of the 80 million is recorded, and it shows in the pending change order log, I'll call it a log, that shows which ones have been priced, and then there's support behind that. So there were a myriad of reasons that Burns and McDowell was putting forward. Many of them had to do with delay, the cost due to delay because of the supply chain issues, materials coming in much later than anticipated, material prices going up. And so a lot of it, the vast majority of it was related to force majeure events. But there were a few other issues. So, you know, in large part, it was due to force majeure type of events, like the COVID-19, but there also was the flooding event. There was also obviously the Ukraine war. And so there was issues, like I say, the majority of them were related to force majeure type of things.
Okay. I think that's all I have at this point. Thank you.
Do interveners wish to recross the witness, since how the commissioners and staff are now finished with their subsequent questions? Seeing none, does Northwestern wish to redirect its witness?
Yes, Mr. President. I call your attention to data request PSC 115A, and I'm going to share my screen. This is a spreadsheet. So, Mr. Egan, I don't know if Bobby will have a spreadsheet you can look at. Can you see that screen up there?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead. So you were talking with Mr. Hamilton about the $180 million estimate and what was documented or not documented. Does this spreadsheet show the difference between the claim cost and what was paid from Northwestern? Well, let me back up. Did you review this data request, PSC 115, earlier? Does this look familiar to you?
Yes. This is what I was referring to, yes.
Yeah, so I want you to testify, but since I'm controlling the screen, I think does this data request talk about the difference between the amount paid and the amount claimed that you were talking to Mr. Hamilton about?
It does, yes.
And what's the significance of all of these amount paid being blank and claim costs? Well, let's one at a time. What's the significance of all these amounts claimed are blank? So Burns and McDonald wasn't claiming a cost, but I see a potential change order request.
Yes, this is what I was referring to. Any one of these line items that under the column called, it's short for Burns and McDonald, claim potential cost. That's where Burns and Mac had put a number to what they felt was a potential change order. So anytime it's blank, Burns and Mac had not quantified that potential change order that they were seeking.
So the risk that Northwestern had was it could have been more than 180 million, but Burns and McDonald at that time hadn't given Northwestern all the estimates, right?
That's correct.
And even though they didn't give this formal amount, did they do a change order delaying the time of this construction?
You ask for a specific.
Did they submit change order documentation delaying the guaranteed commercial operation date?
Yes, there is I forget exactly where I read it, but I think they were saying that their schedules were showing that they weren't going to complete until I think it was February of 2025. Certainly sometime in early 2025 is when they, at that time, were estimating they were going to be completed.
So you talked about your experience in the industry where you've seen companies have to change EPC contractors. What was the outcome typically of those changes?
Typically, a lot of times when the completion contractor comes in, he or she or the contractor ends up spending more than what was estimated to be completed based on the contractor that was in place. So and I've worked on at least maybe around 15 different projects where the contractor was terminated and someone else came in to complete. In everyone that I can remember, the completion contractor spent more than what the estimate was for the contractor that was in place. In this situation, it was just the opposite. The completion contractor finished for less than what the completion contractor said they could do. So in that respect, that what turned out here was, in hindsight, the completion contractor finished less than what Burns and Mac said they were going to need to complete. So that's obviously a good outcome. And from my experience, it's usually the other way around, because the completion contractor comes in and they're on everyone that I've been involved in on a cost reimbursable contract, just like the replacement contractor was here, and they end up spending more than what was left under what was proposed at the time by the original contractor.
Do those changes often result in litigation?
Yes. A lot of times what happens is the contractor that was terminated feels that they're owed a bunch more money. And that's usually the driving force as to why a contractor is terminated, because they're seeking a bunch more money and they want to get paid that. And when they get replaced, they're seeking for the costs that they think they're owed. And that results in litigation, a very time-consuming and very costly adventure. I've been the expert on those matters, quantifying those types of events. I've worked, like I said, I worked for the owners on those. I worked for the contractors, subcontractors. That litigation cost in time can be years, and sometimes more than 3 years. And just the legal costs behind it, including the experts, goes into the many millions of dollars on a dispute of this size, of this nature. When we're looking at an $80 million, at least an $80 million potential claim by Burns and Mac, that's a large litigation that goes on for years and costs many millions of dollars. And obviously that was avoided here because of the settlement. And that's one of the factors to consider in terminating a contractor. What's it going to cost to bring in someone else? And what are the risks of litigation down the road? In this instance, Northwestern was able to successfully negotiate a settlement that avoided all litigation.
In your opinion, did Northwestern mitigate risk by agreeing to the walkaway agreement with Burns and McDonnell?
Yes, they avoided significant risks of litigation and potentially paying Burns and Mac a lot more than what they actually paid them.
One second, I have another question. I'm going to put your testimony on page JJE5. You had a chart that I believe you were speaking to with Mr. Hamilton. You talked about a spike. Is this the spike you were talking about?
Yes. So this is a figure related to construction materials dating back to 2008. The gray bar, it's vertical in early 2020. That's the onset. That's day one of the COVID pandemic. That's what that represents. So prior to the COVID pandemic, you can see from 2008 to 2020, there's a general gradual increase in the price of construction materials. It follows kind of inflation, but on a little bit different path. And then shortly after COVID, after it initially hits, again, this is like March of 2020 when COVID started to shut things down. It takes a little while, and then you see a giant slope increase in the cost of construction materials starting in kind of in early 2021 or in 2021, and then going very rapidly up into 2022 and peaking out probably in 2020, late 2022. And then again, going fairly flat after that, but you see the prices never come down. And they still, to this day, they have never come down from the impact of COVID and supply chain issues that came out of that.
Thank you. There's been lots of discussion of the budget, and you talked about your 40 years of experience in reviews like this. Is your understanding of a prudency review to determine to evaluate Northwestern's budgeting skills or its resource acquisition decisions?
When you say resource acquisition, about what they decide to build? No, my experience on the prudency has been, are the costs that are going into the rate base, are those the actual costs prudent or not? It's not a budgeting issue. It's not a selection issue. It's, are the actual costs that are incurred prudent and reasonably incurred?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions for this witness. May I permanently excuse this witness?
Is there any objection to the permanent excusal of this witness? Seeing none, granted.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Northwestern calls Miranda Edwards.
You cut in on my big moment. Northwestern, do you have any further witnesses?
Yes, Mr. President, we call Miranda Edwards. Thank you. And she needs to be sworn in.
Oh, I'm sorry. You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and do so without purpose of aversion. Take your seat, please.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name's Miranda Edwards. My business address is 1903 South Russell in Missoula, Montana.
By whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
And what is your role with Northwestern?
I am a project manager, and I was project manager number 2 on the Yellowstone County Generating Station project.
Do you have any special expertise or certification when you were the project manager?
I have an undergraduate degree, an MBA, and I was certified as a project management professional through the PMI Institute.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this witness did not file pre-filed testimony, but has been asked to testify, so I tend to her for cross-examination.
Do any interveners have any cross-examination for this witness? How would they know if they've never read any direct filed testimony?
We coordinated with the parties about who needed to be called, and I believe staff had some questions.
Okay. I'm going to repeat the question. Do any interveners have cross-examination of this witness? Okay. Do any commissioners have cross-examination of this witness? Commissioner Fielder?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
And I have none. Does staff have any questions for cross-examination of this witness?
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. How long have you been with Northwestern Energy?
11 years.
11 years. Were you involved at all in the team that worked on the RICE RFP?
So the RICE RFP was part of the larger RFP and large part of the project. So I was not involved. I was brought in on April 2022 to help out with the project. I managed the change orders, the documentation on site, and the financial management of the project. The RICE RFP, the RICE engines were selected before I was brought on board.
Okay. What experience do you or Northwestern folks that you know have in managing projects the size and scope of the YCGS project?
So my experience with managing these projects is that we dedicate project managers, upper management, and we have a director level person that supports the team. We hire an owner's engineer, and that was HDR in this case, and they help us out with the engineering. And then when we build the project, we hire the EPC contractor, which you've already heard about, which was Burns McDonnell and Fagan. And then we also have the technology also selected, which was the Rice engines in this case.
Fair enough. I'm just trying to get at internally to Northwestern, what experience does Northwestern internally have in managing projects of this size?
Well, we have a project management office. We have a different group that does transmission projects, and we also have our energy supply, which is primarily made of Josh and I. Josh is the director.
Okay.
We'll hear from him later.
So how many projects of this size have you and Josh been involved as project managers on?
This was my first, but Josh has over 20 years of experience in the industry, and our former director also had lots of experience. And Josh was actually directly involved with building Dave Gates generating station and commissioning.
Okay.
Commissioning of the projects. So,
So how did Northwestern ensure that the work being done on the site was quality? What was your process for quality control?
Josh resided full-time on site. So he was there every day, boots on the ground. We also had discipline-specific people from HDR to oversee the quality that was happening. Burns McDonnell also employed a quality control person for the day-to-day, and then HDR oversaw that quality person as well as their general construction practices.
Okay. And you mentioned your former supervisor. Who was that?
Jim Williams.
Jim Williams. When did Jim Williams leave the company?
I can't remember actually.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. Did Northwestern, through its project managers, oversee subcontractors, or was that the responsibility of the EPC contractor?
Initially, it was the responsibility of the EPC contractor. As part of the settlement with Burns and McDonnell, we took over their subcontracts that were not complete. So for like the equipment on site, for scaffolding, various different pieces and parts that were not complete. Northwestern took over the ownership of that and managed those contracts and those vendors.
Did you at any time transfer that responsibility of managing those contracts to Fagan?
No.
So that remained with Northwestern through the remainder of the project?
Correct.
And specifically, have you covered all the different areas of subcontracts that Northwestern was responsible for managing after Burns and Mac left?
I don't believe in the data request that we have responded to that specifically, as they believe there were about 40 different contractors that we took over.
Was that a lot of work for you?
Reasonable. Yeah, it was normal.
Okay. Did you experience any difficulty in managing and overseeing those subcontractors?
Not at all. Not at all. When Burns McDonnell had left, it was very much a switch of a hard hat. Workers on site, and Josh had been working very diligently to make sure that everybody was on board, and the transition went very smoothly. So they just changed their hard hats to Northwestern or Fagan and continued work. It was just a matter of doing the paperwork to get them on our books.
So your testimony is consistent with what I think Mr. Hines said yesterday, that there was effectively no downtime in the project site after Burns and Mac left and before Fagan was brought on.
I would defer to Josh. He can talk specifically about that because he was on site. He would be able to talk more specifically and broadly.
Okay. Let's refer to the spreadsheet that Ms. Hill had up for the prior witness. Could you bring back up PSC 115A? Do you have a copy of that on your own computer there, or you have a copy of it printed out?
I have it both. I lived and breathed it for many years.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. What are the circumstances on here when Northwestern would be the issuing party of the change order? In a general sense. We can talk about specific change orders if you'd like, but generally, what would cause Northwestern to be the issuing party of a change order?
So the very bottom ones from line number 92 down to 107. Those were notices that Northwestern Energy, and there were others, but these ones are the ones that popped out to me directly, that Northwestern issued to Burns and McDonnell. I can talk about them specifically as well. There were several processes that we wanted more clarification on and oversight on.
So you're talking about number 92 accrual forecast, is that correct?
That is one of them.
Okay, and then all the way down to, what was the bottom number?
First bills, 107.
107.
And then if you look at column, I guess I don't have the column printed out on this, but there's issuing party. Looks like column E from up in Excel. That one notes who was the issuing party.
Okay, so these are all instances where Northwestern issued the change order to Burns and Mac. It didn't come the other way around.
All change orders though. So what ended up happening was that we had potential change orders, notices, field work orders, different things that were constructs of the contract. So the contract laid out a process that we were to follow by if anybody came up with a change order. So if Burns McDonnell saw something that they saw as legitimate and that they needed cost for, then they would submit a change order. They would visit with Northwestern Energy. Northwestern would evaluate that change order, go through with HDR and Josh and whoever we could who was an expert on the matter at hand and validate it if we felt it was valued.
Okay, and so that is indicated by the acronym CO. So for example, 1 through 15, those are all change orders.
Yes.
And COR indicates a change order request.
Yes.
And PCOR is a proposed change order request?
Close, potential.
Potential change order request. Okay. And then you mentioned some notices too, like the non-compliance notice 81 and 82.
Yes.
And sorry, could you remind me what a non-compliance notice is?
A non-compliance notice is any time that we noticed that there wasn't, the contractor was not conforming to our specifications. So for the example of HVAC access, if we look at that one, we wanted more of a separation between the HVAC and our walking space for personnel safety reasons. We didn't feel that we were getting that space. We issued that non-compliance notice. Concrete had to do with the concrete strength. Equipment pads were also a concrete related item. And then service water, I could keep going, but these pretty much were things that we didn't feel that Burns McDonnell was stepping up to the plate and actually doing a good job for us on.
Okay. So those terms, change order request, potential change order, notice, those are all defined in the contract, the EPC contract. Is that correct?
Correct.
And generally speaking, the parties followed those definitions when they were in the terms of the contract when they were preparing these documents, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's look at the portion of this spreadsheet. Tab 1 concerns Burns and McDonnell, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I understand that you've given us some short descriptions here of what the change orders were for. I'm hoping to get just a little bit more explanation of what some of these items were, so that we can incorporate that. So for example, change order number 1, 3D renderings. What was the nature of this change order? What was this for?
The 3D renderings was exactly that. It was, we wanted these drawings because we have a multitude of 2D drawings for all the plant pieces and parts that are drawn up. We wanted that in 3D so that we could look at it at a more complete angle.
Okay. So this is not a force majeure event, right?
3D rent, no.
No, this is would you even consider this a design change?
No, but it wasn't something that was specifically made in the specifications. It was kind of an added ask. Like, hey, can Burns McDonald, can
Okay,
you do some 3D drawings for us?
gotcha. Okay, and I see that Burns and Mac claimed a potential cost of $20,000 instead of the $10,000 that Northwestern paid. How do you go through the process of arriving at $10,000 instead of 20?
That is all part of the evaluation that we went through for every change order. And we would bring up those concerns with Burns and McDonnell and say, hey guys, we don't think that this could have cost you $20,000. Be reasonable with us. And they would come back and say, okay, yeah, you're right. It was only 10.
Okay, change order number 2 is GSU delivery. Can you tell me what that is?
That one is a force majeure item. That one, we ordered our GSUs, but between the time of the limited notices to proceed versus when they actually placed the order, COVID-19 had affected the supply chain so drastically that we saw about $1 million increase in that price of that GSU.
And what is GSU?
Generator step up transformer. So it's a large transformer.
Okay, all right. Change order number 3, change in warehouse. Was that a design change or a force majeure event?
That was not force majeure. That was another, hey, Burns and McDonnell, can you look at this? And we wanted a bigger warehouse. What ended up happening with this particular one is that we found somebody else to do the work for much cheaper than Burns and McDonnell was quoting us for.
It's according to the spreadsheet, Burns and Mac claimed a potential cost of $116,000, which is what Northwestern paid.
That was for their engineering cost to give us an estimate.
I see. So there was an additional cost not reflected here paid to a different contractor.
Their other cost that they had come up with was about $5 million, and we hired another contractor to come in at $3.2 million.
Okay. Let's move on to change order number 5, GSU deduct.
Yes. So when they had initially put forth the GSU change order, they had done the math incorrectly on the change order. And so the deduct was to correct that math. And that was a paperwork, essentially a paperwork change order. Anytime we change the contract, we have to do one of those.
Okay. And I realized that my question there was a little vague, and you followed right along. Thank you for that. It's item number 5, but change order number 6. Is that right? I would refer to those. Okay. I'll try to stick to the line numbers from this point on. Line number 6 was a COR 14 auto dialer?
Yes. So that's a remote system that happens. So how do I describe this? Okay. So when an engine gets called to start, the auto dialer is the system that comes up and physically does a robocall to the operators. And so we had added that extra system as an add-on.
Okay. Not included in the original scope of work, but Northwestern added it after.
Correct.
Number 7, number 7, line item number 7, HV relays. Northwestern agreed to this one, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe for me what that change order is related to?
It's related to the relays on the plant. So when we have the specifications, when Burns & McDonnell or our EPC contractor goes under a detailed design process, we may find through that process that there are design changes that need to happen. This is one of them. I believe we needed beefier relays, but there was a legitimate change there that the relays that we thought we were going to need to order needed to change, and it was a impact of about $42,000, as you can see on that.
Okay. Does that bear any relationship to line item number 8, which according to your notes was contested at first, but after discussion was agreed upon?
It is similar but different.
Okay. Can you describe for me how it's different?
I am going to defer to Josh on this, because once it gets into relays and high voltage equipment, I have experts that I rely on.
Okay. Number 9, what is OFE electric gear modifications?
So OFE is original manufacturer. So this was the Caterpillar engines. And they had requested, let me try and remember this one. There was something about the starting arrangement, I believe, on the Caterpillar engine that we had thought was going to be more robust, and then we ended up needing a deduct for.
So yeah, it's shown here as a negative number, right? The amount
Correct.
paid. So you got a deduction. You got refunded amount of money here?
We didn't actually receive that credit, but that's what we were asking for because what we were asked, the change was actually to our benefit.
Got it. You requested that, but I guess Burns and Mac disputed it, and so it was never actually paid to Northwestern.
Correct.
Okay. Delay caused by late OFE deliveries, number 10. That was also disputed. That's an $18 million
Yes.
change order. Can you describe for me what caused that change order?
That was an impact from COVID-19. Essentially what had happened is that in China and different parts of the world, they were experiencing shutdowns because of COVID-19. And Caterpillar experienced a delay in getting switchgear equipment from China. I believe it was the steel specifically that they could not get. So because they could not manufacture the parts and pieces that they needed for their generators, the entire equipment in the unit was delayed. We disagreed with this impact to Burns McDonnell because at the time that this engine was delayed and we had that delay from Caterpillar, we didn't even have foundations on site to be able to accept the engines. So had Caterpillar actually shipped when they were supposed to, there would be no place to put the engines.
Okay. Can we jump to number 12, partial suspension? What is the partial suspension?
The partial suspension is the vacation of the air permit that you spoke about with Mr. Hines.
Okay. So according to this change order, Northwestern paid $6.2 million as a result of that.
Correct.
And Burns and Mac had tried to claim $11.8 million.
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe to me how that dispute was resolved to be substantially less than what Burns and Mac had requested?
So when we did our evaluation of these change orders, part of that was we validated and paid the costs that we could actually put a number on, we could agree with. We could see the impact. Yes, this equipment was on site for extra time because of this. And so, yes, we'll agree to pay this. The other claim costs, we could not validate due to lack of documentation or generalities provided by Burns McDonnell. And so we didn't pay them. But one thing to note is that all these change orders got resolved with the settlement that we paid to Burns McDonnell at the very end of this. These tally up to about $61 million. And so that was included in that settlement, so to speak.
Okay. When you say they were resolved as part of the settlement, if I'm looking at the amount paid column, will that tell me how much Northwestern paid as the project was still moving along, right, before the termination in order to resolve these?
Yes.
It's only those where the amount paid is a $0 figure where you're saying there would have been some additional consideration as part of the termination of the contract.
All those change orders had a very specific line item on them that said that impacts to cost and schedule cannot be determined at this time. Because of that unknown, we didn't know what Burns and McDonnell had intended to pay until they gave us that $180 million figure cost to complete. Because of that uncertainty, that was one of the reasons that we opted to go with Fagan instead of Burns and McDonnell.
Okay. Do we have some audio problems here, Tracy? Okay. We'll set that aside for now. Fair enough. Let's move to number 14, COR 22 additional trailer for $59,000. Can you describe for me what led to that change order?
So we had requested for our on-site personnel trailers, job trailers, so that we could meet, have other meetings, restrooms, do business. That was an additional trailer that we wanted to have. I believe we had and Josh can verify, but about 10 trailers on site.
Okay. We jump to COR 31. Actually, I'm going to skip that one. COR 5 is described as cooling water.
Yes.
What is that? What is the nature of that particular change order request?
Which line item is that?
I think it's number 24. It says that it's disputed.
Okay, the cooling water. That was a dispute because of we had requested that the cooling water become above ground. The reason that we wanted above ground cooling water is because of the proximity to the Yellowstone River. We wanted to be able to detect any leaks, any problems that may arise from that. We had that in our documentation. We had that in our specifications, but Burns McDonnell chose to try and put the cooling water underground. And we brought it up to them in several meetings saying, hey, your design is wrong. We need this to be above ground. They said, no, it's right, it's underground. And this is our impact to bring it up above ground.
Okay, it's a $4.8 million impact, right?
Correct.
And because it's indicated here in the amount paid column, it looks like Northwestern actually paid for that.
We did. And the reason that we did that is because that was a construct of the contract as well. The contract dictated that anything that was in dispute had to be paid up front and then paid later. And then once the dispute was resolved among upper management, then we may get that funding back.
Was there any funding returned on this cooling water change order?
No, not specifically because it wasn't broken down. Again, it was resolved in that $102.7 million settlement with Burns and McDonnell.
Okay. COR 9, which is line 26, is described as an EGS arrangement. What is an EGS arrangement?
Exhaust gas structure. So it was just the exhaust coming off of the engine.
Okay. It looks like Northwestern did pay just shy of $600,000 for that particular change order.
Correct.
But Burns and Mac had requested substantially more.
Correct.
Can you describe for me how you arrived at that lower dollar figure?
It was through that evaluation with HDR and the on-site group.
So HDR helps you identify a fairer dollar figure for that.
Absolutely. They have the expertise. They have a whole power generation group to be able to assist us and provide manpower in areas that we may not be able to cover.
Okay. COR 16, which is line 29, is water supply and discharge. And this one was highlighted in your exhibit. And can you remind me what the highlight indicates?
I actually don't remember.
No worries. We'll refer to the data request for that. But for now, it looks like Burns and Mac was estimating $15.4 million for that change order.
Yes, and we absolutely did not understand this one because the water supply and discharge was a change. We originally were going to be hooking into city sewer and water, and the original project called for lift stations, lots of lines of water, everything. And what ended up happening is that we found out that the only water that's going to be used on the site is for personnel use. So bathrooms, showers, eye wash stations, that sort of thing. So we were able to accomplish what we needed with this plant by drilling 2 wells, having that redundant system, and much less lines of water. So it was much less scope for the contractor. And so we felt it should be a deduct, but they were trying to charge us an adder.
What is the amount of the deduction that Northwestern believed was appropriate there?
I cannot say at this time. We had looked at it, but it was something that was currently in dispute.
But despite Northwestern's belief that it should have been a deduction, you did end up paying $590,000 for it.
That is correct.
Okay. Would HDR have assisted Northwestern in determining the validity of that change order request?
They would have, yes. And what I can say is that that was probably their cost to do engineering. They may have said at that point that we have already designed the water supply system up to this point. We need to be reimbursed for what work we have done on this. So that would be something that HDR would also be able to evaluate with us.
Okay. Let's look at PCOR 20, material cost and delivery lead times. That was a $7.5 million change order, right?
Yes.
Which, at least prior to the termination and settlement, Northwestern had not paid.
Correct.
What was the nature of that particular change order? Was that force majeure or a design change?
That was a general force majeure. It was a notice from Burns and McDonnell that said that because we've encountered COVID-19, the Hussey Copper fire, the Yellowstone River flood, China had a shutdown. They listed all the items out and said, we estimate this at about $7 to $8 million. Again, it kind of comes back to, we didn't have a lot of certainty with Burns McDonnell. And ultimately, time does show that changing EPC contractors was the correct move. They got us to a good point, but Fagan was able to get us to the finish line. And they also were able to do it cheaper.
So this is one of those potential change order requests that was not well documented. Is that what you're saying?
They never claimed a cost. So it was very overgeneralized. And I could say yes, because it didn't say we have had an impact of X, Y, and Z.
So can you shed any light onto why the relationship between Burns and Mac and Northwestern started to deteriorate, where they were not giving you better documentation for these change order requests?
I would say that the professional situation that we encountered was just, it became to the point where we just had too much uncertainty. So on site, we were always professional with each other. Back office, we were always professional. Negotiations were taking place among upper management. And we just reached a point where it was best for both parties to separate.
Okay. Let's go to PCOR number 22. Do we have that on this list? Sorry, strike that. I'll move on. Got a line item, number 92. The accrual forecast, which we touched on very briefly earlier. What is the accrual forecast description meant to tell us about this change order, or this notice, I should say?
So Burns McDonnell is required to send us cost curves. So as we're going through the project, they are going to expect certain costs to change over time. They are meeting milestones, and when they expect to meet those milestones, that's when a payment is issued to them. So this forecast was supposed to be provided to us so we knew when to expect these payments in association with these milestones so that we could better financially plan on our side. They were not providing us with the accrual forecasts as they were supposed to. And so that was that reason for that notification.
That was an obligation they had under the EPC contract?
Correct.
Okay. What came of issuing this notice? Did you ever get the accrual forecast that you were owed?
We did get some. Yeah, we did get some, but I don't know where I have stored those, so I would not be able to answer that right now.
Fine. That's fine. Line number 94 is a notice for monthly report issued in January of 23.
Correct.
What is that line item telling us?
Burns & McDonnell is required to report to us regularly. One of those things includes a monthly report. So the monthly report was a lack of documentation from Burns & McDonnell. They did not provide us, I think it was a couple of months, and we outlined it in that notice. We need these. And
okay. Is that date there, January 17th, 2023, indicative of when they stopped providing those monthly reports?
That is when we issued the notice.
Okay.
Usually we give a little bit of leeway because the monthly report is after the fact. And so we already know what's happened after the fact. We were on site, we saw everything that happened, but we still want the report and the documentation.
Sure. Do you know when Burns and Mac fell behind on their monthly reporting?
I could not say off the top of my head.
Okay. What was supposed to be included in that monthly report, though?
It was a status report of everything on site. It was, those cost curves were supposed to be included in there as well. The month look ahead, so like the schedule, essentially, was supposed to be included in that monthly report. Any commercial items would have also appeared in that monthly report.
Did the absence of that monthly report affect how you and your colleague oversaw this project?
Josh was on site every day, so not really. We were abreast of everything that was going on. The monthly report, again, was a lack of documentation on their part.
Okay. Can you hopefully have them printed out too? There's a separate tab here for Caterpillar. Can you turn to the Caterpillar version.
Don't have that printed out, but actually, if Ann brings it up, I have it right in front of me.
It's a much smaller list, right?
Yes.
Okay. For Caterpillar, change order number 1, platform, stack height, vibration, deduct, rack mounting, so on and so forth. Changing costs of $302,000. Was that an agreed upon design change or a force majeure event?
That was agreed upon design change.
Okay. And can you shed any more light on why that design change was necessary?
Going through the detailed design, there are almost always a few small changes. And then with Caterpillar, that was the case. The platform, we had originally asked for a platform around the entire engine, and we had decided that that was not necessary through advanced drawings and advanced design processes.
You would categorize that as a small change?
I would categorize it as a change.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you'd said in your answer before that it was a small design change, but it's a $302,000 change, right?
It is.
In the scheme of things, would you consider that to be a small change?
Every change is important, and it's more about the validity of the change versus what I think in regard to small or large size of change.
Fair enough. What was the reason for change order number 2?
So change order 2, MCC repairs, was repair to equipment that was stored on site that needed additional repair by Caterpillar because it was their equipment that had gotten damaged. The Burns McDonnell modifications were requests from Burns McDonnell to change Caterpillar equipment. The demurrage was Burns McDonnell was responsible for receiving all equipment on site and all materials as well. And what had happened in that very specific instance was that they couldn't keep up with taking materials on site. And so they were calling a truck driver and saying, hey, you can't come on the site. We don't have room for you. And that caused a demurrage because that truck driver was on a schedule, had to deliver his equipment. There was a cost impact to that every single time they said, hold off, we can't take this right now. So that was specific there. The cooling water counterflanges, we believe, was a design change. And then extension of field service and back office support was when we were on site, we had Caterpillar certified individuals on site commissioning the engines, helping with the engines. It was their equipment, and so they were working on getting it up and running for us. So it was an extension of those field services that they extended because of project extension.
So it sounds like this one was a combination of some design changes, but also some force majeure events?
Yes.
And so the force majeure events would be the demurrage and MCC repairs?
I would say actually the MCC repairs were something that was related. Let me start over. No, I don't think that those were force majeure items. The force majeure items on this would be the extension of the field services.
Okay. Change order number 3, increase of commissioning support for O&M. Is that a design change?
No, that is also extension of field services, operations and maintenance.
So it's a force majeure event in Northwestern's perspective?
Yes.
Okay. Change order number 4, increase of man days. How would you describe that one?
Same category.
So also a force majeure event. And specifically, what force majeure event are we referring to here?
It would have been delays, project delays from COVID-19. And the world impact was wildly not understood at the time. And so we just kept seeing impacts to our project for this.
Gotcha. The delays associated with COVID-19, these are not delays associated with, for example, the environmental litigation. That would have came much later.
Some of these could have been related to that. I would have to look at the change order itself.
Okay. Change order number 5, genset number 3, cable repairs. How would you describe that one?
I can't remember the situation, what happened there, but that was a repair that they should never have had to do.
Okay. Okay, change order number 6, generator replacement and install. That's a $2.7 million one.
Correct.
What was the cause of that?
So I will call on Josh to talk about it more, but we believe it's a warranty item from Caterpillar, and so we may still get those charges back.
So Northwestern could get back $2.755 million based on a warranty claim that is currently outstanding.
Correct.
Do you have any timeline of when you expect that to be resolved?
I cannot speak to that because it's currently in process.
Okay. Last tab of the sheet is HDR. There are a few change orders associated with HDR, right?
Correct.
So change order number 1, statement of services number 79. It was an increase in cost of about $4.4 million.
Correct.
What is the final estimate amount column?
So what happens with HDR is they've got a different form of contract with us. It's not lump sum like Burns McDonnell or Caterpillar was. HDR is essentially time and materials because we use them so often. So when we write a statement of services with them, the process is that we get an estimate of how much we think this time is going to be needed and how much manpower needs to be dedicated to this particular task. So a statement of services of 79 was their engineering services specifically for this project. And because they were more heavily involved in the engineering side of things, that's why there is an increase. It was estimated because we get billed as they go through this. There's no guarantee that that is what we have to pay at the end of the day. If they finish up their engineering services ahead of time, we walk away at 4.4 million. If they go beyond that, then that we write something else up and also evaluate if it was necessary at that time.
So which of these amounts is the amount that Northwestern actually paid?
I will have to look. I believe it was, let me just look. I can just
Well, that's fine. You don't need to do that.
It should have been in your budget report. PSC set 27 would have had the most updated numbers.
PSC 27, which included, the updated budget after the board approved budget.
Yes.
And that was further updated in PSC 63. Does that ring a bell?
PSC 63 does ring a bell, yes.
Okay.
So if we brought that up, we could give you the exacts.
Okay. You've already described what statement of services 79 is. Can you tell me what statement of services 85 is?
That was for the on-site personnel. So that was those discipline-specific individuals that were providing oversight for us.
Should I take from this that the change orders were necessary because HDR was doing more work than was originally contemplated by Northwestern?
It was same amount of work, but for extended time period.
Extended time period. And that applies to all 3 of these change orders?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and pull up PSC 63, the response to PSC 63, if we could.
I have PSC. I have that ahead of me.
Very good. So the first item category is the rice caterpillar category, right?
Sorry, as soon as I clicked on it, it disappeared. Yes, that is correct.
Right. And we see here that there have been some changes in the current budget from what was originally approved.
Correct.
And are those changes correlating to the change orders that we just went through?
Correct.
Okay. So everything that caused the change in the budget should be explained in the change order document.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain how the EPC Burns and Mac line item changed? Is that, again, the product of all the change orders that we reviewed under the tab for Burns and Mac?
That reflects their settlement amount.
Settlement amount.
Correct.
Which is, as we discussed, slightly different from what was included in that spreadsheet.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's move to the EPC Fagan line, right? So this was not originally included in the budget, right?
Correct.
Right. So let's move on from that one. Internal. Northwestern's assumed and known costs. This dollar figure has also increased from the original budget, correct?
Correct. That's as a result of the change in EPC contractor. Those contracts that we assumed that I mentioned earlier is included in the internal costs now.
Okay, so all these line items that we see below internal, those are charges that Northwestern or costs that Northwestern incurred as a result of changing the EPC contractor?
That is correct.
Okay.
And it still comes in less than if we'd stuck with Burns McDonnell. If we take that into account, the 102 million settlement, the 33 for Fagan, we get to 135, and then we got that amount 16 there for the assumed obligations. Actually, that includes, that includes all the financial obligations. So we still come in under around 150 some million versus 180.
The owner's engineer line item is also larger than the original budget. Is that due to the change order request we just saw from HDR?
That is correct.
Land ended up actually coming in a little bit cheaper, according to this table, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain why we came in cheaper?
I was not there for the land purchase, but I would assume that it was through negotiations and actual cost, because the first figure was a budget and it was a guess at what we would, an educated guess about what we thought we would be paying.
Moving on to the environmental line item, that includes costs of permitting and testing, right?
Correct.
Why was this one more expensive than originally budgeted?
This may be due to, let me look at what was original. Okay, so as part of the suspension, the partial suspension during public comment, one of the things that came up was a lighting study. And so we asked HDR to perform a lighting study for us to make sure that we were providing the correct lighting at the plant that was environmentally friendly, and it was the cost of that study.
Okay. Capitalized property taxes is a category that wasn't included in the budget that we saw in response to PSC 27, correct?
Not in the original, correct.
The original.
Very first one, not line D.
Okay. Why do you know why that was omitted from the original budget submitted to the Northwestern board?
I could not tell you why.
Do you know anybody who would?
That was probably an accounting. I can't tell you. I don't know who would be able to answer why that was excluded, but it's an accounting practice.
Okay. So overhead, which is the OH designation, right?
Correct.
Overhead was not included in the original board approved budget either, was it?
It was a line item, but we didn't have a figure for it, just like the capitalized property taxes, because we knew that these charges were going to occur, but we didn't have an estimate for them at the time. The overheads, I believe, are calculated and answered in a different data request. And I think Jeff Berzina might be the one that spells those out and how they're calculated.
Can you tell me in categories what types of overhead is included here?
So it would be Northwestern's cost of doing business, essentially.
Cost of doing business associated with the YCGS project in particular.
And in particular, Josh's time, my time, those kind of things. It's a very complex calculation that I could not speak to.
Fair enough. Speaking of complex calculations, allowance for funds under construction. Are you familiar with that line item?
I am very familiar, but as far as the calculations go, I would have to send you back to Mr. Berzina.
Okay. So to be clear, you would not be the witness to explain how that line item ended up being more than what was originally budgeted.
It was more because of the project duration increased.
Because the timeline increased, the allowance for funds under construction also increased.
Yes.
Okay. All right. let's talk just very briefly about the contingency line item, which is no longer included in PSC 63, right?
Correct.
But that was part of the PSC 27 table, correct?
It was, yes.
Yeah. So do you know when Northwestern ran out of its contingency budget?
I would have to look at my records to tell you exactly when.
No need for exactly. Any approximation?
I don't have one. Sorry.
Do you know how the contingency amount was calculated in the first place?
It was an industry standard percentage based off the project. It was a standard. We can't predict things like force majeures. Those aren't something that we would normally include in a contingency budget. We also don't plan to fail, so we wouldn't include anything like having to change the EPC contractor, all that stuff. It would just be a contingency for normal project unforeseeables.
Normal project unforeseeables, but not force majeure.
Correct.
Can you give me some examples of what a normal project unforeseeable, but not force majeure would be?
It could be a large design change. Like if Northwestern got into something and found out that we were building on an old Indian burial ground or something like that, then we obviously couldn't continue. And so that would be a cost that you just couldn't plan for. I mean, you can. We do siting studies and we do a bunch of equipment. So that's a bad example. But yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I appreciate the answer and venturing the hypothetical, even if it may not pan out. All right. Did Northwestern monitor actual construction costs as the project proceeded in comparison to what you had originally budgeted for the EPC?
The budget was monitored constantly. There wasn't a day that I wasn't looking at it and talking with Josh about how things were being executed. The budget was then reconciled monthly against what we had as knowables. A lot of the contract with the lump sum contract is that we don't see the particular invoices that Burns McDonnell gets from their scaffolders or their equipment. We can't go into that level of detail, and we can only go off of what we see in the field is happening, what we have as knowable costs, what HDR can help us determine was an appropriate cost. And so we were evaluating it from that perspective.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your time. I'm finished.
Thank you for that drill down. I have a couple of questions, if I might. Miranda, you said that you've been doing this for 11 years, but you came on as project manager in 422.
Correct.
What did you do for the 9 years before that?
I actually started out in the call center. I started out in the call center, and then I moved to what is called the customer associate position within Northwestern.
Which did what?
So it was call center duties plus you individuals helped in-service customers, and then helped with new construction projects. New construction projects primarily were distribution driven. And so that was the CA position. And then I went into being an estimator. And an estimator was pretty much comparable to an engineer position, only we brought power to subdivisions and to people's houses. So it was a lot of customer service, a lot of engineering, minor engineering. And I did that estimator position for 3.5 years.
Thank you. This might sound a little disjointed as I go through it, but the information we're getting, I think, is disjointed. For example, I don't think that McDonald is going to come and testify and give us the other side of the discussion on the $61 million. So on this particular project site in Laurel, did you have owner advocates that worked with the subcontractors, or was that your job and the job of Josh, as well as working with the bigger contractors, the general contractors?
So Josh was on site full time, and he'd be able to answer that question specifically, but it was mostly his duty to run coordination between Northwestern Energy and Burns and McDonnell and the people on site. The ultimate means and methods to build the site were Burns and McDonnell, and it was their responsibility. But Josh was there to coordinate. And then, as mentioned, with Mr. Hamilton, we also had HDR as coordinators and providing oversight.
Okay, I'm going to assume you've been following this, and quote, overruns, end quote, are a big part of the discussion. So on a $300 million project, they have one person who's working with upper general contractors and subcontractors and deliveries. Is a huge job. For example, things get delivered, rebar gets delivered. You wanted Schedule 80. Somebody has to check and make sure it's Schedule 80 per the contract and report back that it's been delivered correctly. Who did that job?
So when we were on site, there was about 300 individuals to support the project. Those 300 individuals all had their own job duties. So when something came in on a truck and it needed to be verified, it was originally first reported by Burns and McDonnell. And then we would send somebody out from either HDR or Josh. They lived on site and they could just walk by and go, yep, that's Schedule 80.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask, and a few of these will be so you get some context where I'm coming from. If somebody doesn't do that or doesn't do it correctly, and somebody lays out a grid of Schedule 80 rebar, 3,000 square feet, and then somebody has to tear it back out, that becomes a change order. And that's and you take that times any number, you're going to get to nowhere near 61 million, but it's going to be large. That's why there's usually somebody dedicated to that, not somebody that does that also. Are you sure that there was not somebody in charge of incoming and somebody in charge of Delta? Delta being changes, and this is important, a change in a blueprint that shows that this has been changed. Might be Delta 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have Delta, we changed something, plumbing had to change, electrical had to change, various things had to change. And to get that to 40 contractors before somebody puts something in wrong, and then it has to be taken out, becomes a change order. That is going to be contentious. Who didn't get what? And it's going to be big. So what I'm seeing here is a great big black hole as to $61 million that they were willing to walk away from. That apparently was so contentious nobody could unravel it. And I'm not seeing a command and control that was there to make sure that these things happen correctly. Not that they ever would. There would always be contention. But from the perspective of Northwestern, was the things I'm talking about responsibility of McDonald or Northwestern, or were they shared?
They were all shared, and there was a chain of command on site. Josh had an entire team of people, and we had an entire team of people in the HDR offices to evaluate every single change, every single design change, everything to make sure that it conformed with our specifications. So the engineering side was backed by HDR, and they checked what Burns McDonnell was doing. So we had oversight there. We had oversight on site because we had our presence there. And then Josh and I talked every day, and we also had management, and I would do site visits. And at the end of the project, I ended up moving to Laurel also to be on site to manage and oversee and help with this project. So there was a chain of command.
Okay. When you said that Josh had a team of people doing this, I have more relaxation with the fact that people were doing it. Not everything would go perfectly, of course, but there was a chain of command. So thank you. Any other questions from other commissioners? Seeing none, are there any other questions? Back to interveners. Northwestern, do you wish to redirect this witness?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Edwards, Mr. Hamilton with staff asked you a few times about Northwestern paying disputed items. Under the terms of the contract, was Northwestern required to pay certain amounts while the dispute was ongoing?
Yes, the terms of the contract did outline that there was an initial payment, and then I believe it was a large percentage up front, and then a final percentage at a different date.
Staff and Mr. Hamilton have also asked you repeatedly, it seems like we've been discussing the contingency amount more than once. Do you call that?
I do.
I've put PSC 119 on the screen. Does this ask Northwestern to explain how the contingency amount was determined and provide the calculation? Is that the question?
Yes.
And in the response, did Northwestern explain the contingency amount, how it was derived, and provide the calculation?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions. And I think we can permanently excuse this witness.
I'll let you know. Is there any objection to permanently excusing this witness? You guessed correctly. You are permanently excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No.
Looking at the hour, it's 3:39. We're gonna pretend it's 3:40, and we'll come back at 3:50. Okay, we'll come back at 10 till. Thank you very much. We are back in session. Northwestern, do you have any further witnesses for cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. President. Northwestern calls Mr. Folman.
Mr. Bowman, are you sworn in? Mr. Bowman, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and without purpose of aversion? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you make sure you have a green light on the microphone and pull it close to you and state your name, spelling your name for the record?
Josh Folman, Follman.
And what's your business address?
I am at the Butte General Office. I believe the address is 11 East Park, Butte, Montana, 59701.
Can you pull the microphone a little bit closer to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a Northwestern employee?
Yes, I am.
And what is your role with Northwestern?
My current role with Northwestern is Director of Project Development and New Construction.
Could you give us a little background on your experience and education that qualifies you for your job?
Yes, ma'am. I retired or did 4 years in the United States Navy. I was a gas turbine electrician. I was recruited out of the Navy by Pick Merrill Benny, where I started off working in the construction business as a turnover coordinator. I've held every title from turnover coordinator, mechanical lead, commissioning manager, project manager, construction manager, site manager, construction director, project director. I worked with them for 20 years. I put power plants on over 5 continents, and I resigned from them after 20 years. I felt 20 years was long enough. Wanted to get closer to Montana. Always tried to get closer here. Northwestern Energy had approached me to take a look at a project for them in Huron, South Dakota. I did that. That was the sister site of this Yellowstone station. Had the exact same engines, just had less of them. Finished that project, and then I was asked to come over and essentially be the project manager along with my colleague Miranda Edwards on site at Yellowstone.
Thank you, Mr. Folman. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do any interveners wish to cross-examine this witness? Seeing none. Do any commissioners wish to cross-examine this witness? Commissioner Fielder? Okay. Does staff wish to cross-examine this witness?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Just a few that got passed on down the line to you here, Mr. Fullman, so I'll try to be quick about it. In response to one of the PSC's data requests, it was PSC number 94C, which you're free to take a look at if you'd like, of course.
Thank you.
But in the meantime, I'll represent to you that was a question about sort of the tension between Northwestern Energy and Burns and Mac. And in that response, you stated that over time on the YCGS project, as the schedule and costs increase, it caused some tension. Do you generally recall that answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe for me when, from your perspective, because you were on site, you started to experience that tension?
Yes. The project had started around, I'm going to get the exact date wrong, but it was April of 22. Our first employee got to site. His name was Doc Roberts. What he was is he was our civil engineer, and he was an HDR employee. HDR is our owner's engineer. So HDR works for us extensively. They were not hired specifically for this project. They support a lot of Northwestern projects and a lot of engineering, just like some of my former colleagues had described. Northwestern Energy is a utility. There's not a lot of construction that they do at the time. Some of it is smaller projects. So what we do is we rely on supplemental staffing augmentation from HDR. They do carry a lot of weight. I'm sure we've heard of them. They're all around Montana and all over the United States. I got to site right around June 6th. We had started excavating. We were getting down into the foundation work. Everything seemed to be going okay at that point. I met my counterpart with Burns McDonald, Mr. Andy Remley. He was our site manager. Andy was from Bozeman. We both played golf. We both hit it off very well. We had a great working relationship. One of the main things that I try to do on site is I'm trying to keep up a positive vibe, for lack of a better term. Once your attitude goes on site, it can really derail a project quickly. You have animosities. Everybody is traveling. I traveled for 25 years. It gets tough. Relationships suffer from it. Most of these people on the road are away from their husbands, wives, for extended periods of time. Lots of them are divorced. It's a lonely life. It is rewarding, but it is lonely at the same time. I would say probably around the September or October timeframe, things started to change. They started to change a little bit above us. My direct boss at that time, Mr. Williams, who we mentioned, is no longer with the company. He had a counterpart with Burns and Mac named Chris Hamker. Those two didn't always see eye to eye on everything. My job was to keep the peace on site. Me and Andy collectively got together and said, we're going to make sure that everybody on this site is working towards the same goal. We're not going to let anything that's above us impact our working relationship. But I did notice that it started to get strained. And it did happen along a lot of these change orders, a lot of the delays that we started seeing. It was really hard to quantify or hard to predict how much of an impact this really was. One of the best examples that I can give you that once people started, that I was noticing that was happening on the project when some of the relationships started to sour. We went from $3 gas when we were doing all of our excavating. We have Caterpillar out there. We have bulldozers, backhoes, all kinds of equipment. We went from $3 gas to $6 gas inside of a few months. This was diesel prices. I think we all remember this. Gas prices shot up like absolutely crazy around that 22 timeframe. I think that was starting to weigh a little bit on Burns and Mac. I felt like maybe we could have discussed some of the things and maybe worked some of those issues out. But like I said, the relationship had started to sour. At that point, Andy and we did the best that we could from Burns and Mac's perspective and from Northwestern's perspective, just to keep the peace on site. And I feel like we did a fairly good job, but the relationship was starting to sour. And to get to your point, sir, I believe that would probably be around October of 22 when I started to notice it, probably 6 months into the project.
Okay. Thank you for that additional context. When Burns and Mac ultimately left the project, since you're on the ground, how far along would you say, in terms of percentage completion, the project was?
Okay. It's a good question. It's a little dynamic. At the time that they left, we use a P6 schedule and we do tracked and earned value. That's how we monitor our projects, right? At that time, our estimates on site were 87% construction mechanical complete. I was 93% engineering done, and I was somewhere in about high 80s as far as electrical. So there was still some engineering work that had to be completed, but the project itself was roughly about 87% from a mechanical completion standpoint. And the reason that I bring that up is because the mechanical completion milestone actually kicks off the start of the commissioning. In the contract, the construction had to spelled out, because we had an OEM in Caterpillar, original equipment manufacturer, and we have the EPC group, Burns and McDonnell. We had to give the Caterpillar gentlemen a certain amount of time to commission each one of their engines. It was required for them to do that. So what we did is we set up milestones inside of the project and said that you have to get to this point on this certain date, because they're going to need 158 days to commission their units. And that lines up with our end date that we're trying to achieve. So it about, I would say, once we were there, we did our walk down, 87 to 88% mechanical. Like I said, we were about 90% with the engineering. What we did notice that we had to finish is we had to finish a little bit of engineering that wasn't completed in the high voltage switchgear relating to the relays. And there was also some controlling issues that we still had to iron out a few bugs with, and that was the remote dispatching of the engines. They can be started from multiple locations, which makes this plant pretty unique. That part had not been finished. HDR took on some of that role. They finished some of those engineering costs for us. They do this engineering for a multiple of utilities, and it was definitely well within their scope. As far as the electrical, what wasn't finished at the time is the electrical equipment was set. Not 100% of the cable was pulled or landed yet, but a very good portion of it was. At the same time, when we were getting ready to, we were going back and forth and determining if we were going to make a change and bring in another EPC to finish this. The schedules that we were getting from Burns and Mac at that time, they were showing an end date of February 25. That was the end date that they were showing. The 180 number that was referenced by other people, that was a verbal number. I was not part of those conversations, but when you started to look at what was actually completed on site versus what they said that they had to complete, the timeline that they were going to complete it in, and the dollar amount that they put on top of that, it was kind of evident that we needed to take maybe a harder look at this. And basically, that was where they at when it was time to make the decision.
Okay, I appreciate those additional details. Is there a way that you can provide for me an overall EPC contract percentage completion, considering all the duties that were wrapped up in that B&M contract?
For the full EPC contract, I'd say we were probably closer to that 65, 70%.
Okay.
Total. Now, that does not consider the total project, but that does consider the total scope of the EPC.
Perfect. You also mentioned HDR taking on some of the additional engineering that was left unfinished. The additional engineering services that HDR provided, are those all reflected in the change orders that we reviewed for HDR?
Yes, that cost would have been rolled up in the extension of the time on site, the 3 change orders that you were discussing with Ms. Edwards.
Okay, so is it fair to say that it's a little bit change order due to time on site and a little bit due to actually taking on some of the engineering tasks that were originally part of the B&M contract?
I would say that is a fair statement.
Okay. Since you were on site the entire time since, what'd you say, June?
Yes, sir.
Since June. You'd agree that there was no downtime in the project site after B&M left and Fagan began. It was a seamless changeover.
I would characterize this as it was very good. It was almost as seamless as it could possibly be. It was not an easy decision to make. It's very hard to change a quarterback out in the fourth quarter. I think we can all agree to that. It does happen. It does happen more often than you think. I think maybe we don't hear about it as much in Montana because we don't see as many projects, right? But this is a common occurrence. It does happen. When we were going to do this, we had worked with, in the Huron project that I mentioned, that was Fagan that completed that project. So they were very familiar with these engines, and we were very successful with them out in Huron. And I'm familiar with them. I've actually worked with them in a former life on other projects. So what we did is we brought them out there. We didn't let anybody know. We didn't want to. We don't need to be, if I just bring 2 or 3 people on site, I'm the owner. I'm giving tours pretty regularly. I think some of our gentlemen here, I've given tours to out on the project as well. So it wasn't like it was a cloak and dagger issue or anything like that. We just walked out. We took a look at everything, and from their estimates, they were a lot more in line with what our goals were. We needed to get this plant online as soon as we possibly could. We had to put this plant in service and let the plant do what it was supposed to do, and that's serve the public. So once that we did go down those rules, everything was hush hush. We were almost signing essentially a gag order. We did not want to inhibit anything, any of the back and forth between anybody. Didn't want to have any of these rumors get out and disrupt the settlement agreement that we were coming to. So we're very professional in that regard. There's no slippage. And between the months of, November and December, I think Burns and Mac's last day on site was exactly December 7th. That transition period was very easy. And I'd also like to note that when that was stayed, we were not allowed to do any construction that would move the plant forward from an elevation standpoint. We couldn't work anything above the natural grade elevation, which was 3271. That's in feet. But we could still do engineering services. We could still do maintenance services to the equipment. One of the things that we had to do when we did get the stay and when we were doing the transfer over is we had to maintain everything really quick. You can't just shut down a power plant like that when you're in construction. That was probably the biggest impact, if I had to pick just one on this site, was actually that air permit stay that got into this. Because you left essentially a plant that was unsafe to leave.
Okay.
Structurally.
I appreciate that. It's a little bit beyond my question, and I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think we really need to go there. I think I understand Northwestern's position on that. To shift gears slightly to the RICE equipment RFP. My understanding is that you've been brought up to speed on that.
That is correct, sir. When the RICE RFP was actually administered, I was supporting a critical infrastructure project in Lansing, Michigan for another company.
Okay. Based on what you've been brought up to speed on, do you know when Northwestern issued the RICE equipment RFP?
Oh, I'm going to get my dates wrong, but I believe it was it October of 21? I'd have to look at the dates, sir.
Okay.
Look at the dates.
Sure. Yeah, fair enough. Do you know if there were addendums or revisions to the original RICE RFP that Northwestern issued?
I believe there was 3 phases of the RICE RFP.
Okay, but 3 phases of it, just one version of it?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know when each phase of the RICE RFP was completed?
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay.
I wasn't with the company at that time.
Do you know when Northwestern selected Caterpillar as the winner of that RICE RFP?
Again, sir, I don't know the exact date. I could go back and look at some notes, but I don't know the exact date. I'm sorry.
Not if it helps. A month, a year would be fine.
Again, sir, I have only been working for Northwestern right now for about 3 years, and that was 4 years ago.
Okay. So you weren't brought up to speed on the things that occurred before you came to Northwestern?
No, I had to kind of dig in through some of those pieces. I'm aware of what the RFP process is because I have now, since that gentleman has left the company, Mr. Jim Williams, I have assumed those roles. Okay. So now I am actively in some RFP processes for some other projects, but I do apologize. I just was not in the company at this time when they were doing this one. So
okay.
Familiar with the process? Yes. Exact dates and selections for this one. I'm sorry, I just wasn't there.
Okay. So Is there any other witness to your knowledge from Northwestern who can speak to the timeline of the Rice RFP?
I believe the two people that could probably speak best to just the timeline of the RFP would be Mr. Blue LaFave, even though he's a little more aligned in the IRP. Again, Mr. Jim Williams and with support from Scott Lee from ION, they had the most involvement with that RFP, but I'm sorry, Mr. Williams is not here at the time.
Okay. One last follow-up question based on something you said earlier. When was that Huron project?
I believe that was in 2020 to 2021. I got there in November of 21, and I left there in May of 22. I just got there for the tail end of it to finish it for them.
Okay. Give me just 1 minute to review some notes here. Within the response to PSC 27, we've talked about it a lot. There's a budget associated with some of the internal costs that Northwestern had come up with to sort of build up the bids that were submitted by the EPC contractors. Were you at all involved in estimating those costs?
Not the initial costs of the initial project. I was part of the Fagan workups.
Okay. Based on your knowledge of the RFP process, do you know when that information was added into the RFP process?
I don't know the exact date, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. I think that concludes all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now that staff and commissioners have cross-examined, do any of the interveners wish to recross the witness following our questioning? Seeing none, does Northwestern wish to redirect this witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Folman, did you respond to a data request that staff asked about the RICE equipment RFP?
I'm sure I answered quite a few data requests, ma'am. I'm sure I did.
I want to refer you to data response PSC 244. I'm sharing my screen. In PSC 244, the commission asked about the EPSC bids and the evaluation. Mm-hmm. And do you recognize this document that I have on the screen of what Northwestern provided in response to that data request?
Yes, ma'am. That is the technology RFP, as I understand it.
Is this called the bid evaluation summary?
Yes, ma'am. Says so.
And what's the date on this document?
October 25, 2020.
And on page 3 of this document, does this paragraph that I have highlighted say the RICE RFP was issued in October 2019?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Thank you. I have no further questions. May this witness be permanently excused?
Would there be any objections to this witness being permanently excused? Seeing none, sir, you are permanently excused. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, we're going to let the FEA call their witness Gorman so that he can be addressed before the end of the day.
The FEA would like to call Mr. Michael Gorman to the stand virtually.
Mr. Gorman, can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Just barely. Could you move closer to your mic or check your volume, please?
Is this better?
No, it's great. Your name is Gorman?
Yes, Michael Gorman.
Mr. Gorman, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and without purpose of aversion?
I do, yes.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Gorman, can you please introduce yourself to the commissioners?
My name is Michael Gorman. I'm a principal with Brubaker and Associates in Chesterfield, Missouri.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Gorman.
Sir, did you prepare testimony exhibits in this case?
I did, yes.
Specifically, I show that you have filed direct testimony with exhibits MPG 1 through 3 and settlement testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those are labeled FEA 001 and 002 respectively?
Correct, yes.
Have you read over that testimony before testifying here today?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
If I ask you the same questions in your testimony, would your answers be the same or substantially the same here today?
Yes.
Does FEA support both the partial settlement of the natural gas and electric settlements?
Yes.
Mr. Gorman, you've faded out again. Did you adjust your volume?
I did not. I apologize. I'm having some issues with this audio on my computer.
You're back loud and clear, so thank you.
Great.
Do you want me to re-ask the question, sir?
Only if somebody wanted you to. I could hear it, just barely was the problem. I'm seeing a negatory up here, so please just continue.
Thank you. I would like to submit the testimony of the witness, Mike Gorman, into the record as it would have been read.
Is there any objection to the inclusion of the witness's testimony? It is entered.
I would like to now tender the witness for cross.
Do any interveners have any cross-examination of this witness? Do any commissioners have cross-examination of this witness?
Being that no other, sorry.
Hang on just a second. Mr. Gorman, for those who might be watching that have no idea what your testimony was as filed, could you give us just a brief overview?
Yeah, my settlement testimony outlines the compromises in the partial settlement in this case, and explains why we think the settlement is a reasonable resolution of those issues in the case, and is therefore the reason why FEA supports the partial settlement in this case.
Okay. Commissioner Fielder, are you with us? Did you have any questions?
I'm here, but no, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does staff have any questions of this witness?
No questions.
I guess I'll re-ask if any of the interveners have any questions, since we have had opportunity for commission and staff. Seeing none.
Sir, due to that, I would like for this witness to be permanently excused pending ruling.
Is there any objection to this witness being permanently excused? Seeing none, sir, you are permanently excused. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you. Appreciate allowing me to go virtually. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, commissioners and parties.
Northwestern, do you have any further witnesses?
Yes, Mr. President, Northwestern calls Dr. Mock, and he is on Zoom.
Dr. Mock, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
He needs to be sworn in.
Oh, Mr. Mock, do you Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Brandon Mock, Brandon Mauch.
By whom are you employed and what is their address?
Ascend Analytics. The address is 1877 Broadway Street, Boulder, Colorado, Suite 706, Boulder, Colorado.
What is your role with Ascend?
I am a managing director of our resource planning and portfolio management team.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
On behalf of Northwestern Energy.
Do you have in front of you the pre-filed direct testimony of Michael Bobineau that was filed in this docket?
I do, yes.
Are you adopting that testimony of Mr. Bobineau as your own?
I am.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I have no corrections.
If I were to ask you the same questions under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. President, I move to admit the testimony of Michael Bobineau adopted by Dr. Mock as NWE Exhibit 20.
Is there any objection to the admission of this testimony? It is admitted.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do any interveners have cross-examination of this witness? Do any commissioners have cross-examination of this witness? Does staff have cross-examination of this witness?
I do have cross-examination questions.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mock. My name is Amanda Webster. I'm a staff attorney with the commission. And I have about 19 questions lined up for you. Try to go through them as expediently as possible. The first line of questioning is related to application exhibit MSB1. It was submitted with Mr. Bobineau's application documents. I can pull it up and share my screen on Zoom unless you have it easily accessible.
I think yes, I have it accessible.
Okay. Are you familiar with how the Power Sim model operates?
I am, yes.
So looking at exhibit MSB1, the first tab contains summaries of the modeling inputs that Northwestern used in Power Sim when it evaluated bids in response to the 2020 RFP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Inc. requirement modeling input that is provided in the last tab of exhibit MSB1 titled Ancillary Service Requirements?
Yes.
Could you describe what ancillary services the Inc. requirement, as used in this exhibit, is meant to provide to Northwestern's portfolio?
Sure. In the model, we have each resource provides energy or ancillary services which support kind of the reliability of the grid. So the Inc. requirements are really set aside capacity in Northwestern Energy's portfolio of resources that can ramp up over an hour to kind of fill any needs. And we set aside those requirements based on how the load and the renewables, including the hydro resources, all operate together and will have ramps, we would call them. So maybe the need for energy will go up over an hour, and you have to have some capacity set aside in order to meet that need, because you can't always anticipate that going into the hour. So in the model, we force it to meet the Inc. requirements on that exhibit, column C, where it's the megawatts of Inc. requirements. We tell the model, this is what you must have reserved in order to meet the reliability needs of the system. The next column is the price, and that's essentially telling the model that you can either meet this requirement with your internal resources that are configured to provide ink, which would include Dave Gates, for example, Basin Creek, Colstrip, or you can buy this, pay this ink price in order to procure ink from neighboring utilities or some sort of bilateral cost.
Okay, thank you. Could you tell me if it would be possible for a RICE unit like YCGS, the Yellowstone County Generating Station, to provide the type of ancillary services that are represented in the ink requirement value in this exhibit?
Yes, it would.
Would you agree that, subject to check in years 2022 through 2026 of the Ancillary Services Requirements tab in this exhibit, the ink requirement ranges between 233 and 235 megawatts?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So in response to data request PSC 053E, Northwestern affirmed that the Power Sim model will reserve the amount of capacity that is needed to meet the ink requirement value in the model in each hour of the year, regardless of the load resource balance going into each hour. So I understand, for example, looking at exhibit MSB1, the Power Sim model reserved 234 megawatts of capacity in each hour of 2025 for the ink requirement. Is that how you understand the model to operate?
That is how I understand the way. Yes, that is how I understand the model to operate. If it's configured the way I'm seeing it, I'm interpreting, coming to the same conclusion that you are.
Okay. Do you know which of Northwestern's resources were reserved to meet the 234 megawatt ink requirement in the model in the year 2025?
Objection outside the scope of his testimony.
Do you have a response?
Ms. Hill, could you provide some clarification? You would say it's not within his testimony, the specific resources at all, just the modeling. He talks about some of the modeling inputs, but not the resources that went into the model.
So the purpose of his testimony is he adopted Mr. Babineau's testimony, who modeled the resources bid into the 2020 RFP. PSC 53 that staff is referring to is talking about ancillary service requirements. It's not clear what connection with the modeling for the RFP in his testimony that staff is trying to address. And Joe Steinmetz is the witness to address resources for ancillary services.
Do you have a response?
I'm going to take a quick look at this data request. My understanding is that data request PSC 053 is specifically asking about exhibit MSB1 modeling input summaries and the tab ancillary service requirements. So my position would be that we're asking about the modeling in the exhibit. I can certainly follow up with some of these questions to Mr. Steinmetz, but I do believe it is relevant to the exhibit that is being sponsored here. And if the witness doesn't know, I can refer to the later witness.
Objection overruled.
Mr. Mock, can I repeat the question? Would that be helpful?
Please do.
And again, feel free to tell me if you do not know the answer. Can you tell me which of Northwestern's resources were reserved to meet the 234 megawatt Inc requirement in the model in the year 2025?
In full disclosure, I did not run this model. I can say that in the models for Northwestern, around that time, the thermal resources were set to provide ink. Some small contribution may have come from the hydro resources, but most of it would come from the thermal resources. So that would be Basin Creek, Dave Gates, Colstrip. Plus, I should have mentioned there are contracts in the model that provide ink as well.
Okay. To follow up to that answer, are those resources you just discussed, the mostly thermal resources, do you know if they're the same resources that were used to meet the ink requirement in the years 2022 through 2026, as shown in Exhibit MSB1, in which the ink requirement ranges between 233 and 235 megawatts each year?
I assume yes, subject to check.
Okay. In this rate case, Northwestern filed an ancillary services jurisdictional study in which it assessed the amount of ancillary services that are needed on its system. Are you familiar with that study?
I am not.
Okay. I had some questions asking about comparison of that study, which I believe is summarized in Mr. Schlatz's direct testimony. I'm interested in comparing some of the numbers Mr. Schatz used to the numbers used in Exhibit MSB 1. Just looking through my notes, one moment. So the purpose of this next line of questioning would be to demonstrate how the numbers in Mr. Schlatz's testimony would affect the power sim model, as we've been talking about. I do have Mr. Schlatz's testimony up, and I can share it with you on my screen just to compare some of the numbers that he used. If that would work.
Sure.
Okay. Just one moment while I share my screen with this. Okay, I believe I have shared my screen with the direct testimony of Mr. Schlatt's. Thank you for your patience. Starting on page 12, the
Okay.
bottom of page 12. Okay, so the results of the ancillary services jurisdictional study indicate that for the year 2023, Northwestern needs 37.2 megawatts of fast moving capacity, 56.1 megawatts of load following capacity, and 46.8 megawatts of flex reserves for a total of 140.1 megawatts, as shown in the table here on page 12.
I want to object because Mr. Schlatt's has not testified yet or answered the question of whether there are any corrections to his testimony.
Mr. Schlatz's testimony?
Correct. He hasn't testified yet, and he has corrections to his testimony, which we usually do when they get on the stand. We say, do you have any corrections to your testimony? We haven't had that chance to do that yet.
Would you like to do that now?
No, we're not calling Mr. Schlatt's yet.
Thank you for that reminder. I'm just going to consider this one moment since the line of questioning does implicate the numbers in Mr. Schlatz's testimony. Going to consider whether you would want to bring, do you know if Mr. Mock is only available for today or if he has later availability this week?
No, we're not available to bring him back.
Okay.
It's an idea, Mr. Chairman, but perhaps if we knew what the corrections were, then Ms. Webster could proceed with her questions.
I also wanted to offer that my question, the point of the questions is to compare numbers. And if those numbers do need to be changed later, I think that would still, I'd still be able to get the point of the questions. That would still be useful, even if.
I don't dispute.
Okay.
That.
Thank you again for your patience, Mr. Mock. So comparing some of these numbers that I just discussed in Mr. Schlatz's testimony to Exhibit MSB1, tab Ancillary Service Requirements under year 2023, Northwestern input 235 megawatts for the Inc. requirement and 25 megawatts for the REG requirement. This is again looking at Exhibit MSB1, 235 megawatts and 25 megawatts together, total 260 megawatts reserved to meet ancillary services within the Power Sim model. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so in the model we have for the year 2023 in Power Sim, we have an ancillary service requirement of approximately 260 megawatts. And subject to check and correction on the numbers in Mr. Schlatz's testimony, it looks like the ancillary services jurisdictional study was estimating approximately 140.1 megawatts for ancillary services in 2023. Would you agree with that assessment?
You said in 2020, these numbers are for 2023?
Correct.
Sure. I have not seen this before, but yeah, subject to check, sure.
If the numbers in Mr. Schlatz's testimony are correct, would it be fair to say that the amount of ancillary services needed in the power sim model would be overestimated by about 120.1 megawatts?
I'm not sure whose numbers are correct. I can say that the numbers in PowerSim were developed with internal modeling using very granular data for Northwestern Energy's load and wind and hydro resources. So we looked at a year of 1 minute level data to determine what those largest ramps are in the system that we would need to compensate with ancillary services. The numbers that we came to, which are in Mike Babineau's exhibit there, are from 2020 or 2019, somewhere around there. So yes, there's a big gap between the two studies, but also our numbers were benchmarks to a study by Navigant. Now they're known as Guidehouse, but back then they were Navigant Energy, who had performed a similar analysis in roughly 2017 to 2018 timeframe. And our numbers did not match exactly, but aligned well with their analysis. So what you're showing me here is that somebody else did a similar analysis 3 to 4 years later and came up with a different result. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're right, I'm wrong, or vice versa. There's a lot of details in coming up with these numbers.
That's fair. Thank you. Could you tell me if ancillary service needs are overestimated in the power sim model and the model reserves capacity for ancillary services that could otherwise be used to meet supply? What would the impact of the power sim model's results be?
So let's take a step back. I don't necessarily agree that they're overestimated in the power sim model. There's a number that they have to adhere to, and if you're suggesting if those numbers were reduced, how would that affect the results? That would affect the results by freeing up some of the thermal capacity to provide energy services as opposed to ancillary services. So it would kind of move some of the dispatch more towards energy.
Okay. If ancillary service needs were overestimated, could it have an impact on the year that the model identifies a need for a resource addition?
The need for the resource addition was based on a reliability analysis. So, witness Arnie Olson talked earlier today about the need for 678 megawatt to fill this 678 megawatt gap. That's what's driving the need to add more resources. The Inc. and regulation requirements will affect how those resources are used in the model, but it's not going to play a role in whether we need more resources or not.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Another follow-up to that, if ancillary service needs were overestimated, would that have an impact on the type of resource that would be selected by the power sim model? For example, if flexible capacity is reserved for ancillary services and the model selects flexible capacity to meet load, could the reserved capacity have been used to meet supply if it had not been reserved for ancillary services?
So I would say I guess the short answer is it depends on how you set up your models, and there's a piece that I just don't know. For example, if your candidate resources that you are adding to the model, the bids in this case, I'm not sure if they were allowed to provide ancillary services or not. The so if the what you suggest is an overestimate of the ink requirements, that could cause some of the thermal resources to dispatch less, right? And then hold that capacity, thereby making them less valuable in the model. But there's also the other end of the spectrum, that adding more resources that are variable, like wind and solar, that if they're not correlated well with load, they could cause a higher need or a stronger need for more load following resources, because that's what's driving those, what we call net load ramps. And it's really the times when load is going down and potentially wind is dropping off at the same time. Those are what really create that need for the highest amount of ink services in the model. So I can't say specifically how changing the ink requirements, lowering them in the model, would affect the outcomes. I don't think it would be significant, because what's really driving it is how much the resources are dispatching to meet the load over time. And most of the ink that's kind of being served in the model was, if I remember right, I'd have to go look, but I think Colstrip and Basin Creek were serving most of that ink. And so you're saying that if we reduce that, then we would essentially run those two resources more, is what would likely happen.
Thank you. I have one final question for you, and based on some of your previous answers, you might not be able to answer that as well, and it's a fine answer, just let me know. So could you tell me if the overestimation of ancillary service needs in the Power Sim model could have any impact on the results of a scoring evaluation process in different phases of the 2020 request for proposals?
While I did not run I did not run the models for the RFP. What I did do in this process was provide technical support to the Northwestern Energy staff who were in charge of running these models. And I recall doing very thorough validation of the dispatch. So what we would do is we would run a test study, and then we'd look at all the resources that are dispatchable and see how they are operating the model. And pretty much every one of these resources was dispatching to the price, the Mid-Columbia prices that we have in the model, with some caveats around the fact that we had this Montana differential in the model of roughly I think it was around $8 at the time. I would have to go check. So there were some times when Colstrip, for example, might run to serve load as opposed to purchasing from the market because of this Montana differential. But the test resources that we were running, which were replaced by actual bid resources, they were dispatching primarily due to prices at Mid-Columbia in the model. So if the prices were going up, there's no way that the model is going to hold this resource back and not dispatch it when it could get $50, $60, $70 a megawatt hour. If you remember, the penalty, or the cost, I should say, the cost for procuring ink was in the range of $9 or $10. And so if the price of energy is high, the model is just going to select a lot of that ink from the market that we have available in PowerSim, whereas the thermal resources would dispatch in response to the price signals. I don't know if that helps, but I do not believe that this had as large of an impact as what you're suggesting in the questions.
Thank you. I appreciate you helping me understand this a little bit better and appreciate your time. I have no further questions.
Are there any questions from interveners at this point?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to follow up on this discussion with Dr. Mock about modeling ancillary services. I guess are you, Dr. Mock, aware that for purposes of setting base supply rates, Northwestern has included what's been referred to as capacity scarcity contracts in its forecast of purchases associated with the rare hours when the market price spikes to something like $1,000?
So vaguely, yes. I don't know any of the details around those contracts.
Okay, fair enough. When you were running PowerSim and doing your modeling, did you modify any of the monthly output amounts from PowerSim to account for this extra energy?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Are there any further from interveners? Does Northwestern wish to redirect its witness?
Yes, Mr. President. Dr. Mock, you called Mr. Slotz's analysis a similar analysis. Are you familiar with his analysis?
I'm not.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Can he be permanently excused?
Is there any objection to this witness being permanently excused? Seeing none, sir, you are permanently excused. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much.
Due to the hour, I'm going to adjourn us for the day. We will start tomorrow at 8 o'clock with public testimony, and we'll reconvene the hearing at 9 a.m. Enjoy your evening.